So this recording is going to be potentially quite a lot of work. Um, so where I left this thing was I had two endings, one from the kid side, that would be you good, and one from Akeshi side or Takeshi side, that is Tsugumi Sora bad. Um, Interestingly, this is listed as the third ending. I mean the fourth ending, where you go, okay, there's probably like a Sora good and a Tsugumi bad. Let's see here. There is three extra characters here. Tsugumi is three more characters than Sora. Then there's this other one in here, number three, which, while it's all interesting that it's inserted. But anyway, I presume it's Tsugumi good, Sora good, something here, mysterious. Tsugumi Sora bad. Which, if this is listed as Takeshi endings, kid endings, there are far more kid endings than Takeshi endings. And unlocked all the Takeshi scenes, even the Sora specialized ones and the Tsugumi specialized ones, until we get to the Takeshi bad ending, which happens in IBF. And then we have this one, I guess. This is his death. But then we have some missing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which seem to be, you only access them in certain Takeshi good endings. What I'm taking a big note of is that the not only does the kid have a lot more endings missing than Takeshi, as long as we assume that the organization of these endings and scenes in the clear list are Takeshi first, kid second. He also has a lot more missing. Well, he has a lot more. I don't know what I was trying to say here, but he has a lot more scenes missing. See, a lot more scenes missing, and a lot more endings missing than Takeshi. So there's more content on the kid side in a way than on the Takeshi side. Okay, well, that's not very much in itself, but also Takeshi's route, he has to chase after the seemingly more important characters, Sora and Tsugumi. And these are like the big power characters, whose endings you would think were the big endings. It has a lot more plot, much more dramatic, and actually has a lot more plot revelation in it. So that might actually mean that Takeshi's endings are like the final endings. If Takeshi's endings are the final endings, then that would mean that there's this unlocking where you have to unlock a bunch of stuff as the kid before you unlock the big final endings of Takeshi. This would be, but there's no way for me to tell because besides that, just that context clue, there isn't a whole lot telegraphing the ending like the ending hierarchy. Like, what do I have to get first in this game? That makes it pretty tough. And leaves me a lot to guess with. Now, when I played as the kid, it didn't seem like there was very much content as the kid. It seemed like you were funneled right into the U ending and you couldn't do very much else. But, like, I don't know. Look, I see a lot of question marks here, so there's got to be a lot of other stuff here. So that's in that basically that organized that Takeshi, he goes after the big characters whose endings would be big and important. That's what's indicating to me that maybe Takeshi's good stuff is unlocked. You don't unlock that until you complete a bunch of the kids' stuff first. Which may foul me up, because what I'm actually going to do in this recording is try to get a good ending out of Takeshi. Why? Because that's just what I really want to do. That's what I want to get good endings out of Takeshi, because I got a good ending out of the kid, and I haven't got a good ending out of Takeshi yet. I want to try to get one of those Takeshi good endings. So, and I'm saying that may not even be possible because I don't understand the structure of this thing. But I'm going to try. I'm going to try to take some notes more formally, like actually type them, and try to catalog all the choices and what their consequences seem to be throughout Takeshi's routes, and then actually try to get one of these good endings. I'm going to try for the Sora one first because I'm more excited about learning about Tsugumi more than Sora. So I want to save the best for last. So I'm going to try for like Sora good, and then I'm going to try for Tsugumi good, And if I can't get them after enough attempts, then I go, okay, maybe you have to do stuff as the kid first. Then I go back to the kid and try to get something else as the kid besides you good. And hopefully it won't be you bad. But, okay, so let's go back and start over. Now, I don't think this has an instant skip feature, which kind of sucks. But, so we're going to just do the skip that it does have, which is non-instant. We have the first interaction with Tsugumi and Coco. At the kid, Yu tries to pick him up, essentially. Kind of makes you think, well, we know that Tsugumi can survive some ridiculous things. It was even suggested that she can be cut in half, and then she would regrow into two Tsugumis. But it would seem like, I know it's science fiction and you can make her survive anything just because you say so. But the suspension of disbelief really chokes when it comes to the idea of drowning. Like, you would think that if you could deprive her of oxygen for hours and hours, you would eventually kill her. But anyway, maybe that's why she thought that she would actually die in the warehouse, and maybe that's why she was actually afraid inside the egg elevator. Anyway, so with this, okay, listen to the joke seems like a more. I've done both of these. Listen to the joke seems a little bit more like a pro. A pro Coco move, but I don't know if Takeshi has a Coco ending. It seems unlikely, but there is an ending. I'm not sure what it is. I just mentioned in the intro, but it's really long. There's a lot of question marks describing it. That one might have something to do with Coco. So I don't know, but if I try to go for a pro Sora route, I would try to pick the one that was more that just had more Sora dialogue. With maybe or maybe not, it's written to assume that Sora is actually watching us and seeing if we actually pay attention to her in her spiel. So we're gonna listen to Sora. Now I'm gonna do this. I cut Takeshi off there, but whatever. I'm gonna pump through this because I want to.
というわけで、各フロアの構造はお分かりになっていただけたと思います。ところで、このレミューは飽和潜水仕様の設計になっています。
I want to review the depth that Sora says, because later on she says that it's 103 feet deep in Dritte stock. But I think in the intro she says something like it's 167 feet, or vice versa. Like there's a discrepancy somewhere.
つまり内部の気圧が外の水圧と同等か、またはそれを上回るようになっているのです。話の始めでもお伝えしましたように、これから皆さんがお入りになる館内はどこもかしこも6気圧の混合ガスで満たされています。
Is gases spelled wrong? My English spelling is terrible. Spelled right. Okay.
ですから今このようにして皆さんの体を6気圧の大気に慣らしているというわけです。もちろんこの混合ガスは酸素、窒素、ヘリウムで構成されておりますので、人体には全く無害です。どうして中の気圧を高めているのかと申しますと、それはレミューの安全性を確保するために必要不可欠だからです。皆さんはこれから海の中へと潜っていくわけですが、ここでちょっぴり不安に思われている方も中にはいらっしゃるのではないでしょうか。 海水が漏れて中に入ってきたらどうするんだとか、水圧に押しつぶされて沈没してしまうんじゃないかとか。しかし、どうかご安心ください。そのような心配は一切ご無用です。
Irony.
内部の気圧を高めているので、このレミューが水圧によって押しつぶされることは絶対にありえないのです。
Technically true.
ところで、この加圧室に入る前に、皆さんにイヤホンのようなものをお配りしましたよね。はい、そうです。今皆さんが耳に装着されているそのイヤホンです。これはただのイヤホンではなく、レミューの中には
Skipping her.
Nah.
Right to the death.
つうか自分おかしいぞ。
宇宙人クイクイせいかせそれより
もう
さあ、あと1分ほどでドアの向こう。それでは、
さて、
とこ
俺
ろ前
エレベータ
さっきのか
ー
ふーんじゃあ君一人でレミューに来たんだ
Didn't get any depth information out of that. Okay. That pitch shifting on Coco's voice actor is just done so terribly. Okay. Let's back to regular skip. So there tends to be like 3 or 4 types of choices in these. The first type is ones that don't matter at all. So those would be sometimes it asks you if you do you know, I don't know on something. And that's basically, do we want the other character's voice actor to explain it to you, or do you want Takeshi's voice actor to explain it to you? The other, and it doesn't make any difference. There's also like maybe the choice towards the end of the bad ending, where you either say "let's go" or "hey, wait a second." That's maybe another example of a choice that doesn't matter. Or like push the button or don't push the button. That may be a choice that also doesn't matter. So some of them are just choices to increase the choice volume. And not actually to add branching or tasking to the game. Now, choices like this is a good example of another kind of choice that probably doesn't mean anything. And that is choices where, do you want extra explanation? So Never7 had a lot of choices like this where you can ask a question and then you'll get an explanation. Or you can not and you won't get it and you'll just skip that text. So if this is not your first time playing and you want less explanation, you can pick the more brief one. So in this case, it's probably like an explanation. It's probably one of those ones that doesn't mean anything. And it was the Tanuki gets you an explanation of Mew, whereas No Forget It doesn't give you that explanation. Now, there might be, that's probably what this is. Now, it is possible that there is some Tsugumi points, self-explaining points later going on with this, where if you hit No Forget It, you get more Tsugumi points because you don't make Tsugumi as bad by accusing her of hitting you. But it's likely just, do I want the explanation of you or do I not? And No Forget It, it was the Tanuki would be, yes, I want the explanation. No Forget It would be, I don't want the explanation. So on my notes, I'm going to say, note likely for verbosity of explanation of Mune, how you spell it, only. That's likely what this choice is. I'm going to drop a save here, just because I'm going to drop a save at all the choices. I'm also going to overwrite the kids' stuff. So, yeah, we'll do that. Just so that, yeah, so there's just a save at all the choices. And then go back. But I'm going to go with no forget it on this try. I know what happens if you do either.
いや、なんでもない。ちょっとこけただけ。
Actually, that may not be the best because you're being dishonest. Ugh. That's a rough one. Oh well. We'll hit the skip. So the next kind of choice would be a plot branching choice. So some examples of that would be, say, go check on Karumi, or don't go to the pool in Ever17, or go watch TV with Karumi and end up going to the Shikinomori Shrine, or go to the hot spring. Who do I hang out with on the on the morning of the 4th? Like, do I do crab sumo with Karumi? Do I do running the restaurant with Izumi? Do I do going to the I got another choice I have to figure out. So this is actually one I drop a save first. Okay. And then see what text this does, because I haven't done it yet. She avoided my eyes. He felt like the air around him had suddenly gotten even heavier. Which doesn't make any sense because the pressure, like, decreased. But okay. Boom. So, jolting suddenly, the elevator stopped. He looked at the ceiling. The lights flickered unsteadily.
なんだ
What was that?
まさか
It couldn't be.
まさか何なんだよ
Couldn't be. Couldn't be what? Couldn't be. Huh? Okay, so we're gonna move forward. So another, like, prime examples of this would be choosing which number door to go into in 999, or which colored door to go into in VLR, right? These things where if you go one way or another, you get a whole different set of story than if you go the other way. Now, I'm going to load the save. So the save I just made.
なんでついてくるのよ
Exactly who are you? I forgot what happens if you put this. So stay silent skips everything.
お前こそ何なんだ
Who exactly are you?
俺が何かしたか
Did I do something wrong?
したわさっき
Yes, you did just
さっ
now.
き
Just now. He was getting more and more confused.
つまり
I
あんま
mean,
り邪魔をしてほしくないだから
I just don't want you to get in the way, that's all.
邪魔って何を
Get in the way of what? Okay. I think if you apologize, he says, it's just that this elevator is for employees only. So you get a hint that she might be an employee of Lemu that way. Here, it's like, I don't want you to get in the way of what I'm doing, which means it indicates she's up to something. I don't think it really matters, though. Besides, I'm focusing on Sora first anyway. And this is a Tsugumi choice. So, yeah, I'll just keep going with this one. Yeah, so those are just wide branching. Now, usually those matter quite a bit as to which route you eventually end up in. Because there's often choices that you need to make in order to get to a certain route that you have to, which require you to be within that plot branch in order to even make them. Next category, picking Takeshi here, is what I'm going to call required choices. So these would be, there are some of these in 999, for example, like besides just choosing which door to go into, sometimes there are choices you make kind of within the rooms and in the dialogue with the characters where you have to make certain choices within that dialogue, like specifically in order to reach certain endings. That's just like in between the wide plot branches. And because of these actions that take place within the plot branches, it requires you to, in order to get certain endings, to do a certain sequence of plot branches. It's going to drown me out there. Epic sauce. Anyway, so much water. I'm not gonna say what those are, but yeah, that's like another category of choices. Um, okay, I'm gonna save here. This is Sora. So let's see what this is. No, relax. Yeah, let's all relax. I'm glad to be safe, but more important than that right now is who are you guys? The chick in the black ran like something bionic. Then the glass broke. When the glass broke, that attendant was right next to it, but she took off at warp speed. What's up with that? And don't tell me that this is part of this theme park atmosphere. Neither of them tried to answer. The fish on the floor were still jumping around.
本当に申し訳ありません。
Okay.
私の責任です。
What does this do? That's right, get me the person in charge. It's no good blaming someone that works here like you, but how could this happen? I want an explanation. I came here with my friends and just missed taking the elevator. I don't believe this.
ちょっとあなた。
Take it easy. You be quiet.
やめてよ。
Stop it. The girl is glaring at me intensely.
いい加減に黙ったらどうなの？
Why don't you just be quiet? Her icy, threatening voice overwhelmed me. All right. Okay.
本当に申し訳ありません。私の責任です。
And then this one is, it's not your fault. I don't think that this is any one person's fault. But why has this happened? That's the issue. Sorry, I'm just a little aggravated. I didn't mean to take it out on you.
いえ。
It's okay. I would pick the middle one. Yeah, I keep going with this one. So the next kind of choice is points. So this is something that I don't know how unique it was to Never 7, but with Never 7 there were choices where, depending on which choice you made, it didn't create a direct prop blanching, and the choice wasn't necessarily required. But if you needed different choices, scores you different amounts of points for different characters. And in order to get into a certain plot like ending character branch, you had to go through not only some required choices potentially and required plot branches, but you had to also have enough points for that character for making the right choices for the point choices. Otherwise, you would be funneled into Yuka's route. So, but essentially, though, the point choices tended to end up like required choices. It's just that they gave you maybe a slight little leeway, like allow you to make one choice wrong or something. They didn't really behave very much different than that. So when I talk about points, I don't actually know if this game has an underlying point structure. But you might see me like spitting out terms like points because it might, just because it is a sequel to Ever17 in some way, and so it might share some of those mechanics. So what are you mad about? We're going to test one I haven't tried yet. Oh, I got to remember to save first. So we're going to save. It's a Tsugumi choice. So you would think that thanks for helping back there would be the nice choice. Sometimes it's kind of counterintuitive because some characters you're not actually supposed to be nice to them. Like Saki, you weren't supposed to be nice to her. You're supposed to be kind of mean to her, and that was supposed to be how you scored points. Tsugumi might be kind of like that too, but she's not. I mean, she's kind of like one of those kind of personalities where you want to kind of pick on her or something. But anyway, I would not say I would still. The guess would still be try to be nice, but I'm going to see what the dialogue is for this. What are you mad about? I walked over to her and said this.
普通よ、これが。
This is how I am. Normally. Well, she's not wrong. I won't ask you to pretend to be happy, but how about being a little more friendly? We're going to have to put up with each other until we get out of here.
どうして？
Why?
関係ないでしょ。たまたまここに一緒にいるだけなんだから。
I don't know any of you. We just happen to all be here together.
そうよ。みんな関係ない。
That's right. We don't have any connection to each other.
要するに、不幸な集まりに過ぎない。
We're just an unlucky gathering of strangers. Tsugumi looked annoyed. This chick's intense and scary. In my mind, I retracted my earlier thoughts about her being cute. I didn't. Tsugumi and I glared at each other for a while.
まあまあ、二人とも仲良くね。
Hey, you two, let's get along now. You jumped in between us. I walked away from Tsugumi and she looked away from me.
そら、あなたも自己紹介しようよ。
Okay, let me remind myself of the other choice. Tsugumi, thanks for helping me back there. I walked over to her and said
何の
this.
こと？
What are you talking about? You saved me in the aquarium, right?
助けたんじゃないわ。
I didn't mean to save you.
邪魔だったから。
You were in the way. What?
あんなところで転ばれたら邪魔だから。
You had tumbled there, you had been in the way, which doesn't make sense.
要するに足手まといだったの。
I mean, you were an obstacle. Tsugumi looked annoyed as she said this. Okay, same thing.
まあまあ、二人とも仲良くね。
It's not necessarily the nicest choice, but for some reason, I'm aiming for, I kind of like not necessarily saying, what are you mad about specifically, but the dialogue that came after the choice, what are you mad about, a little better. Because this just makes no sense. She says something that's not exactly true in the kids' route, which is interesting. Like, she makes some interesting plot point. We're all just strangers who have no relationship to each other, just happen to be caught in the same situation. Something that in a game like this is extremely unlikely to be true. But it might be of some interest that Tsugumi says it, and it turns out to not be true. Okay. I forgot to write down the choices. I was going to write down all these choices. And did. Okay. I guess I'm not going to be writing down the choices. Wow. Um, Assistant Chief. I thought it was something else. I'm going to click. I'm actually going to make sure to remember to save. And then, wow. But something struck me as strange. Actually, it's been bothering me since before. Basically, the assistant chief. She spoke about herself as if she were someone else. I was not able to gauge the situation. She spoke as if the problems in the system were her own. Please do excuse me. System engineer, I wonder if she talks like that because of it's her job. That's what I thought, but I held my tongue. Okay.
倉成さん、改めましてよろしくお願いします。
And then load.
一応、主任代理ということになっています。
Choose this. Assistant chief? So you're pretty high up there.
代理ですし、名目上のことですから、大したことはありません。
Only a name. I'm really just an assistant. It's no big deal. But hey, Sora, weren't you up at the gate above ground? You were giving some kind of explanation at the entrance, right? I only heard half of it, but...
そういえばあの時のお姉ちゃん？
Oh, that's right. Are you the girl from before?
はい、そうです。お気づきになりましたか？
That's right, so you
こ
noticed.
こも人手不足なもので、時々私もあのようなことをしています。
We are short on people here. From time to time, I do that kind of work. Sora smiled. I'm Takeshi Kuranari. I'm 20. I'm a junior at university.
よろしく。
Nice to meet you.
はい、よろしくお願いします。
Yes, nice to meet you.
良きかな良きかな。
Huh. I like the first choice better because it's more plotty. And I noticed that second choice, that's like the default in a sense in the kids route, I think that's what Takeshi says. Okay.
一応、主任代理ということになっています。
I think this is like copying the kid, and then this one is what I want.
くら
よろしく。良きかな良きかな。
Okay. No, I changed my mind.
一応、主任代理ということになっています。
Okay. Cool. So seems to be. Not saying much here. This was a lot of dialogue. Probably gonna say this the whole time. Like, wow, I clicked through all this. Readings? Cool. Sammy is kind of sort of alive. So I don't think the order of these matters, so I'm going to drop a save just so that I save all the choices, but I think you have to go to all of these places anyway. So, Doesn't matter. We'll go to the merry-go-round first, I guess. Talk to you. Then I'm going to save again, but again, this one probably doesn't matter. You just do them in whatever order. Talk to the kid. This is a choice, apparently. Talk to Sora. Hooey. This one doesn't matter, I think, at all, but... Good bookkeeping, I'm going to redo that. I mess these things up a lot like that. Like, goes to a choice. Oh, I'm supposed to save a choice! Okay, you don't have to save it this choice. Okay, save it this one just in case you only get 2 out of 3 or something. If I remember correctly, you get all of them though, so you don't have to actually. Okay. Let me look at the skip mode already read or all. This is speeds the fastest possible. Okay, I guess we can't make it faster. That sucks. I like to be able to skip way faster. Okay. Talking to Tsugumi. Looking at the elevator and seeing it's warped. Save. House and talk to, I don't think, anybody. Correct. Talk to nobody again. Oh, we end up talking to Coke. So we talked to Coco in there, I forgot. Okay. Do choose you out for being late. Save. I think this choice is just a verbosity of explanation choice. So if I hit satisfied with the explanation, it's going to be much shorter. Swimming a 15-story building? That was insanity. Even from his Vitae stock at a depth of 34 meters, that would be about 10 stories. Just climbing that would be a bear. Yeah, but swimming it's easier than climbing it. Besides, how would one get outside of Lemieux in the first place? Yeah, you're right. That's something that just guts alone couldn't get you through. I nodded.
海中を闇雲に進もうとするのは自殺行為だと言いたいのね。
The ocean is pitch black. It would be
そう
suicide.
です。
That is correct.
皆さん、もう一つ申し上げにくいのですが、お知らせがあります。
Okay, try the other one.
15階建てのビルの屋上まで泳いで登るのと同じことです。
Probably gonna take the long one. Because I think the only thing that matters is just how long this is. And this is really dumb because this doesn't need to be explained. Because it's made up, like, actually, it probably has nothing to do with how safe it is to swim out of here in actuality. Okay, second flooding. Seizure warning. Save. So, she manipulated the key, saw her bowed her head, looking deeply apologetic. Hey, everyone makes mistakes. We may have even overlooked the cause of this when we were checking around a little bit ago. We're all in this together. Everyone is fine, so let's just consider ourselves lucky.
ごめんなさい。
Really sorry. Sora answered this without looking away from the monitor.
すみません、倉成さん。なんだか気を使っていただいて。
Thank you for being so kind, Takeshi. It's nothing. I scratched the tip of my nose. Finally, her hands stopped typing the keyboard. Sora turned and stood up.
状況がわかりました。これから表示します。
Okay. Next one. It's not your fault, Sora. We may have even overlooked the cause of this when we were checking around a little bit ago. We're all in this together.
いいえ、そんなことはありません。
Not at all. Sora answered this without looking away from the monitor.
私の計算と予測がいい加減だったんです。だから。
My calculations and predictions were responsible. Don't you go trying to blame yourself for this. Everyone is fine, so let's just consider ourselves lucky. Okay, so it looks like, somewhat counterintuitively, the nicer choice is to say, hey, everyone makes mistakes. Even though you're admitting she made a mistake. Soda explosion. Toko gets decompression sickness. They need to decompress. Yu draws on Takeshi's face. Tsugumi left because Tsugumi's invincible and she doesn't need to pressurize or depressurize because she's just invincible like that. Okay. Put a save here. So we have, when was Sora going to sleep? simple doubt jumped into my mind. She was doing minute complex work non-stop and she was always on her feet. Maybe she never got tired? When I spoke with her over the interphone and asked her if she were all right, she laughed and said she was just fine. And she was still standing outside the room as if sure were a sentinel guarding it. Her back was straight and she never slouched. Always looked like she was at attention. I wondered if what she had said about being fine not sleeping days on end was true. That really bothers me. I thought that I'd follow up on it later. Even if I thought that, my eyelids got heavier and heavier. But still, even so, today really was an eventful day. And then I fell away into slumber. Where did she go? Where the heck did Tsugumi go anyway? Just before the hatch was closed, she had suddenly started talking.
あ、それじゃあ、私は行くから。
I'm leaving. Hey, where are you going?
急に行くところができたのよ。
There's a place that I just realized I need to go. Where? Treatment is more urgent than that.
必要ない。
I don't need it. Tsugumi, that's irresponsible and selfish.
こんな狭苦しい場所にいつまでもいられないわよ。
Can't stay cooped up in this cramped
ま、
place.
一人で逃げ出したりはしないから。安心したら。
That's not the point.
要するに、付き合いきれないの。あなたたちとは。
But I don't have the patience for any of you. Tsugumi ignored you and me and went off somewhere. So I reported that she was somewhere on the floor and safe. That still bothered me a bit. But it was Tsugumi after all. I'm sure she'd probably be back in a little while. That's what I thought, but nearly 2 hours had passed. I'll wait just a little bit longer. Even if I thought that my eyes got heavier and heavier, but even still, today was really a full day. Okay, so I'm targeting Sora here, so first I'm going to take the Sora one. Remember to always pick Sora over Tsugumi here. So I'm going to pick the Sora answer. Sora. Okay. Don't know if that matters, picking Sora over Tsugumi, but I'm going to do it. Just so I don't mix and match. They go all out Sora. In all ways I can. Here. Okay. Tsugumi choice. Okay. Talk to her. I wondered where she could have run off to the day before, but decided not to ask. I decided to shower her with the cheeriest greetings I could muster. Good morning! How are you feeling? If you aren't feeling good, you should probably get to the decompression chamber. Tsugumi didn't budge. She stood there with her mouth half open, only blinking her eyes a couple of times. What's the matter? You tired? Low blood pressure? Well, I didn't exactly sleep like a baby either. That damn room was so small I ended up sitting on the floor all night. I yawned and rubbed my eyes with both hands as I spoke. And then Tsugumi's eyes narrowed into slits, and she leveled a steely gaze at me. It was the kind of look that could
あなたっ
kill.
て
You
最低ね。
are the absolute worst. Huh? he doesn't know. I don't know if he knows that he still has drawing on his face. Tsugumi shook her head as if she was fed up with me and vanished into the control room. Absolute worst. Hey, hold on a
倉
sec.
成さん、
Takeshi. Someone's voice came from behind
そ
me.
んなところで何をやっているんです
What are you doing there?
早く中に入ってください。
Please hurry inside. But
いいから早くお願いします。
just please go inside. The expression on her face appeared more stressed than the day before. It seemed as if her face said that something serious was unfolding. I just tried going forward until
こ
I
ん
make
な
sure.
にも早い時間に皆さんにお集まりいただいたのは他でもありません。
Try to get ahead of the branch dialogue. Okay. This here I'm pretty sure is above the branch dialogue. Let's try the other one. Let's see. I peered into Tsugumi's face. I was curious where she had gone off the day before. She could at least have given me a hint. Tsugumi didn't budge. She stood there with her mouth half open, blinking her eyes a couple times.
なーに
What? Tsugumi finally spoke.
なんか文句あるの
You got a problem? Then she scowled. Huh? Oh, good morning. Didn't you get a good sleep last night? I didn't. Same thing. So what did you do after that yesterday? So this goes to the same thing. Okay, so yelling good morning awkwardly is better than staring at someone awkwardly, I guess. And this is so I don't know, like talk to her, I guess. I don't know. Don't know how much that one matters. They're always a little tricky. Okay. This might be a big branch here, so save. I'm just going to override everything. Okay. So I'm going all Sora on this, I believe. But we're going to do this one. I'm going to remind myself what happens in this one. And they deliver the
です。あなたに
sandwich.
は。あなた、何
I
よ
picked this.
これ
I。think I picked this the first time because I thought that I knew that Tsugumi was someone who actually needed to eat.
あた、あ、さ、なんで私に聞くのよ。ねえ、これ、捨てといて。
ね
それ
え、会長。
Okay, I think I passed the branch point. Now I'm going to go see if I can load it. See what happens if I could make the other choice. Which I probably will do since I'm going hard Sora here. I decided to look in on Sora first. I looked for Tsugumi later. I took their sandwiches in hand and left the room. Which way is it? I'd gone as far as the corner before I realized I didn't know the route. Maybe it's this way. Finally, I found a room where the corridor played out. Himmel was written on the door. No, this isn't it. I retraced my route. Alright, here it is. Hey Sora, it's time for dinner. I pushed the open button next to the door, but the door didn't open. Hey Sora, open up, I brought you food, time to eat. I shouted into the intercom as I pushed the button to
食
talk.
事ですか
Eat? She replied to me through the
わ
speaker.
ざわざありがとうございます。でも私、必要ありませんから。
Thanks for going to the trouble, but I don't need any food. You don't? Don't say that. Sora, have you been eating today? You have to eat, or you're not going to have any energy. She's about to have no energy in a moment here.
すいません。今手が離せないんです。
I'm sorry, but I'm occupied at the moment. I like how she just plays into this character. I remembered that we had the same exchange the day before. Hurry it up, these sandwiches are going to get cold. Besides, I made them special for you. Listen, I just want to give these to you. So we open the
どうし
door.
てもダメなんです。
I really can't. Come on, please just open the door, Sora. I'll throw in a coupon for a beer if you
ごめん
want.
なさい。
I'm sorry. We kept arguing through the speaker. Alright then, I'm only going to wait out here for one more
1
minute.
分ですか？弱りましたね。
Minute, you're giving me a hard
ちょ
time.
っと向こうに行かないといけないんですよ。
I have to go somewhere. Huh? Somewhere? Where? Hey Sora, where are you going? Hello? Push the button again and again, shouting. But Sora didn't answer. Okay. Just then the lights in the corridor began to flicker uneasily. I instinctively glanced up at the ceiling, strained to hear as a dull growl-like sound shook the floor. What? What is happening? It couldn't be. Tiny waves formed in the water pooled on the floor. The walls and ceiling trembled slightly, metal screeched on metal, as if they were trying to say something to me. Darkness blanketed me. The vibrations and sound died away. Only an eerie silence enveloped us. Only the other emergency lights glowed dimly. Is this a blackout? I wonder what happened to Sora. Hey Sora, answer me. Bang bang. I pounded the door. Bing bing bang bong. I thought she might not be able to hear me inside. Bang bang. Then I tapped the intercom button, but there was no response. Oh, I wonder if the intercom needs electricity to work. I had no clue what was happening on the other side of the door. I figured the only thing I could do was get the door open. I heard footsteps approaching from the darkened corridor. Who's there? In the far darkness, I could just make out 4 familiar outlines.
黒なり
Oh, Takeshi!
ケピューン
Takepyon! Splashing through the water, the 3 of them walked over.
ねえ、空のことを見かけなかった？
Hey, have you seen Sora? No, but she was inside here until just a bit ago. But now that she won't answer, and it seems like the door is locked.
何かあったの？
What happened? I don't know. Anyway, let's get inside. How do we get this thing open?
ああ、扉の下の方に緊急用の開閉装置があるから。
Oh, there's an emergency mechanism for opening the door near the bottom of it. Pulling on the lever, I pushed the door over to the side. The door opened just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Okay, it's letting me skip. I gave the kid the sandwich and took the flashlight. I turned it on and stepped into the room. I'm gonna stick with that Sora choice. If I didn't overwrite anything important. Okay, yeah, no I didn't. Cool. And I already know what happens if you hit Help Tsugumi, so I'm going to hit Look for Sora first and see what's different. No, I don't want to go. I turned my face to avoid Tsugumi's eyes. I didn't want her eyes to drag me in. We've got to look for Sora first. This isn't a time to be acting selfishly.
そう。
I see. Tsugumi scowled. She gave me that look that could kill again.
ねえねえ、ココが代わりに行ってあげよっか。
Hey, hey, do you want me to go instead? Coco asked the question innocently.
と、そうね。
Let's see. Tsugumi's expression soon returned to normal.
でも、一人じゃ無理ね。
But I don't think it's possible with just you alone.
ひとまずココには別の仕事を頼みたいんだけど。
First, I want to ask you to do another job.
別の仕事？何それ？
Another job? What's that?
私が発電室を見に行くことを、ユウと少年に伝えてほしいの。
I want you to tell you and the kid that I'm going to the generator room.
それと、たけしが怖がって一緒に行こうとしないから困ってるって。
Then Takeshi put me in a different spot because he was scared and wouldn't come along with me. Hey, hold on. When did I say I was scared? I jumped in between Coco and Tsugumi. You just got manipulated. Congratulations.
嫌だ、行きたくないって、ダダっ子みたいに言ったじゃない。
Don't want to go. That sounds pretty scared to me. Hey, who do you think you're calling scared? I just think that we would do something else first.
ほら、そうやってすぐ吠える。臆病なのね。
See what I mean? Something happens and you start whining like a baby.
育児のない男。
You are a gutless man.
ああ、それともまだ男になってないのかな。
Maybe you aren't even a man yet.
ここ、早く優斗少年を呼んできてよ。たけしは役に立ちそうにないから。
Coco, hurry and get you and the kid. Takeshi isn't going to be of any use. Tsugumi, you don't have to talk like that. I was
じ
peeved.
ゃあどう言えばいいの？
So how do you want me to say it? Without hesitating, Tsugumi shot the question right back at me. For one moment, I thought I'd grab her by her collar and show her, but I dropped my hand. Okay, fine, I'll go with you. I'll go with you because you are too scared to go alone. Humph. Tsugumi laughed through her nose.
結局ここはどうしたらいいのかな。
So you end up going anyway, you just get a whole lot of extra dialogue. Okay. So what am I supposed to do?
優たちには、私が発電室に行くことを伝えるだけでいいわ。
Just tell you that I'm going to the generator room,
たけしは私がもらっていくから。
taking Takeshi along.
ラジャー、了解しました。
Roger 10 for that. Woof. Still won't let me skip. Coco clicked her heels together and gave a kind of salute. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that choice because it's slightly more pro Sora, but it's definitely was more entertaining. Okay, so this is the joke answer. This is like the non-joke answer. I decided it would be best to escape. I didn't want to be around that crazy woman anymore. I discreetly reached for the handle of the watertight door.
何やってるの？
What are you doing?
さっき、付き合ってくれるって、そう言ったじゃない。
You said you would come along with me. Tsugumi grabbed my wrist. Tsugumi's palm was soft and wet. There was a soft suction-like feeling as she grabbed me. Tsugumi stared at me. It was a serious, hard look. Fine, have it your way. I'll go along with you to the end, even if we sink to the bottom of the ocean. I made up my mind. Just then, the egg elevator took a big jolt and started to move. That may not necessarily the nicest choice, but I kind of like that because we ended up accidentally saying something pseudo-romantic. Okay, I'll leave it with that choice. Say you don't know Archimedes' principle? That sounds stupid. I'll do it just because it's... I think this one absolutely does not matter. Okay. So let's hit this one, but I don't think it's matter. Nah, can't say I understand that. We're going to hear Tsugumi's voice actor explain it. I remember hearing about it a long time ago at school, but I forgot.
物体にかかる浮力は、その物体が押しのけた液体の重さに等しい。
Buoyancy of a submerged object is equal to the weight of the liquid displaced by the object. Oh, you mean that? That's the Archimedes principle. And then you go, well, this doesn't make any sense, Tsugumi, because you could have filled it with water anyway. I guess you had to fill it with you didn't need to fill it with this much water. But like Takeshi went completely submerged at one point, and he isn't that much denser than water. You are a little denser than water because you have bones. And what's that got to do with this?
あとは自分で考えれば。
How about you figure the rest out yourself? I already know what this one gets, so let me try this one. There is something that had been bugging me, so I decided to take this opportunity to ask about it. It's about the air pressure of the generator room. A while ago, until you closed that valve, super hot water was being pumped in, right? And that water turns to steam and gets more and more packed in there. What's more, it's steam at a temperature of several hundred degrees. So that means that the air pressure in the room is just getting higher. For example, it's like if you poured a bunch of water into a kettle, weld it shut, blocked the spout, and put it in a fire. Then finally it would go and explode, boom, right? And if that's what happened in the generator room, why is it fine?
え
And? Why is that?
それがあなたの考えた意味のある質問なの？
Is that what you call a meaningful question? You bet, because it's a matter of life and death.
ふーん。
You just made up something.
典型的な愚問に思えるけど、まあいいわ。
Sounds to me like a typical stupid question, but whatever.
まず、発電機が正常に作動していた時のことを考えてみる。
First, you have to think about when the generator was functioning normally.
その時も、水蒸気は継続的に発生し、タービンを回していたはず。
At that time, steam would spout on and off and turning the turbine.
そうして役目を終えた水蒸気は、最終的にどこへ行くのか。
The steam usually go once it was used.
多分、レミューの外に排出されてたんだと思う。
I think it was probably sent outside of Lemu.
つまり、夜間の蓋は開いていた、ということ。
In other words, the kettle spout wasn't plugged. Hey, I see. Well, at least we made her talk. That's kind of better. I'm gonna stick with that one. So the generator room was connected to the outside by a pipe or something. That made sense. I nodded to myself. Then, hey, we gotta get insulted while being acetoned. This one probably does not matter. Never heard of it. Answer without hesitation.
私も。
Me neither.
私も。
Me neither.
そうなの？
Are you serious? Oh. That was lame. A glance at Sora showed she was shaking her head. Yeah, that one definitely doesn't matter at all.
なんだ、みんな知らないの。
You all really don't know? Coco sounded pouty.
まったく、しょうがないな。
Geez, oh well. I didn't see any reason to give up. Well, if you don't know, then we'll just have to learn. So, Coco, will you explain the game to us?
オッケー。そいじゃよーく聞いてね。
Okay, everyone, listen, alright? This is different. What? It's got my skip. I brought these two, the kid turned around. What? These? The kid was pointing to the hood behind his neck. I stuck my hand into the hood. There were 2 chicken sandwiches in it. Hey, what are these? Did you make them? They didn't let me skip that. That's interesting.
たけしが懐中電灯と引き換えに僕に預けたんじゃないか。
Oh, you gave them to me when I gave you the flashlight. Right, because you didn't give Tsugumi hers. Oh, that's right, the leftovers. They were the sandwiches that I hadn't given to Tsugumi and Sora during the blackout.
誰かお腹減ってる人もいるかなと思って。
Besides, I realized she might not have eaten anything since breakfast. Alright, this one's for Tsugumi. I gave Tsugumi one of the sandwiches that I took from the kid's hood. Tsugumi took it without saying anything. Then I held out the remaining one to Sora. The one is for Sora, you haven't eaten, have you?
あ、いえ、私はいいんです。
Won't let me skip, but this should be the same, though.
ええ、
There we go. Yeah, it was a very anti-Tsugumi choice I made there, but trying to go the other way. Okay. So, what about it? Looking around, I saw that I was the only one that was surprised. Coco and people were looking up at Sora with impressed looks on their faces. Tsugumi's face was blank. The kid looked clueless and spaced out.
ほんとしょうがないな。
Geez, oh well. You was laughing at at my bewilderment. Enough fun at my expense. Tell me what's going on.
はいはい。
That one's probably neutral, but I'm going to
そ
pause
れに
it.
し
And pick the other one anyway.
ゲートに入場するときの説明。空はね。
Yeah, this is better Sora. This is a better Sora route. Okay. Better Sora choice. Anyway. It's kind of a joke answer. It probably doesn't matter. It's probably just insert a joke if you want to. It's kind of like the whole take a shower thing, or the whole, wait a second, let's not go yet thing. Long skip. Let's kick the can. It's kind of odd that Tsugumi's like looking at you when you make this choice, even though like it really doesn't have much to do with Tsugumi. Hit I'm in. Sound childish to me. Well, I suppose. Just sitting around here doing nothing would be kind of boring. All right, I'm in. I stood up enthusiastically.
倉成選手参加表明です。
Oh, does that mean Takeshi wants to play?
了解。
Roger that. Tsugumi glanced at me out of the corner of her eye and then looked
電気は
away.
消したままにしようか。
I mean, that's kind of the more pro Sora choice because you're playing with Sora. I don't want to play seems more Tsugumi. Even though she kind of does the same thing if you don't want to play. You say you don't want to play either. I think these don't matter because they're just like the internals of the can. Let's try the other one just because I decided the control room. Monitors in the room were off and the room was dimly lit. Oh. The elevator hall was one idea. And you could do it in this order. Didn't already go next. Oh. Then I heard a sound. Okay. Just doesn't matter which order you do those. Then Chami kicks the can because Tsugumi is doing stuff. Looks like there's only picked 2 out of 3 on that one. Okay. Visit the rest area. I noticed that there was someone there. I could hear the sound of someone walking through water. As I got closer to the direction the footsteps changed, it was someone short moving slowly. It was a battle of patience. Opponent's feet made a dash for the exit. I circled around from the side again and again to block off the person. The footsteps gradually moved away from the exit into a corner. Moved a little closer. From a hunch, whoever it was would make a break for it. I moved to head them off and prepared to trip them by catching his or her leg. I heard someone fall spectacularly. Hey, I don't know who you are, but are you alright? I thought I was near where the person had stumbled, but it was dark and I couldn't see much. I wonder if this might work. I took my PDA from my pocket, put the monitor backlight on maximum brightness, but it was weak and nothing compared to a flashlight. I thought it might be brighter, but it was dim and didn't amount to much. Oops. My hand slipped. My PDA looked like it was headed for the water. I snatched it right before it hit the water's surface. Huh? I glimpsed something reflecting on the water's surface and moving. Just about the biggest fish I'd ever seen started sliding away in the water. Well, if it isn't the kid. I scooped up a handful of seawater from around my feet and dumped it on his head.
ああ、見つかった。
Oh no, you found me. Splash. As soon as the kid stood up, he tried to get away.
ああ、
He had a hood on, and the hood was filled with water. For Splash. The weight of the hood dragged him backwards as he kicked his legs into the air and flopped back down in the water on his back.
意外と気持ちいいね。
Hey, this feels pretty good. The kid swam a kind of breaststroke in the small pool of water 6 inches deep. Is the water cold?
少しね。
A bit. He glided along, enjoying himself. That was probably what people meant by taking to water like a fish. In the darkness, he swam to the other side of the room. Hey, just so you know, that exit is the long way around.
チェ、お見通しか。
Huh? Read my mind? The kid gave up and stood.
泳いでいけば見つからないと思ったんだけど。
I thought you wouldn't see me if I were in the water. He laughed as he said it. Keeping me on my toes, you're like a ninja or something.
ニンニン。
Then he takes a line from Sora. The kid looked like took some kind of ninja pose. He jumped into the water again and swam some more. I found the kid. I stepped on the can. I thought I'd check some other rooms. Okay, I would do. I think you only get to do two. I would pick the chicken sandwich stand though, because that one's where Sora is. The Murian Ruins is you. Hey, you never know who is counting. Is Chammy counting? I don't know if the game ever answers who was counting. I think it might just leave it up there. There's like certain things like in 9992 that are kind of spoilery because they're at the end of the game where it's like, it doesn't say who did it. Kind of like, So I've already explored both of these.
いらない。味なんてどうでもいい。
I just put that much condiments on it.
もう十分食べたから、いい。
Yeah, I'll just go with that. I'm not really focused much on the Tsugumi stuff anyway. Okay, I'm gonna explore what happens when you turn these the wrong way. At least the best I figure. So, here we go. We're gonna turn it clockwise. Turn the blue valve with all my strength. The sound of rushing air grew louder. Alright, next close the red valve. The next valve was nearby. Gotta turn it counterclockwise to close it. The strength of steam coming from the pipe got stronger. Alright, that does it. Okay.
ここ、あとちょっとだけ支えてて。
Coco, hold on just a little longer. Okay. Holding up her left hand to shield her face, Tsugumi operated the welding torch with her right hand. The crack in the pipe closed visibly.
たけし、そっちのパイプを押さえて。ぐらついてるみたい。
Takeshi, go support that pipe. It looks like it's shaking. Tsugumi barked the order to me as she was welding. Alright, geez. I reached out to touch the pipe with the valve I just closed. Ouch. The pipe was suddenly scalding hot and I pulled my hand back instinctively.
え、そんなはず。バルブはちゃんと動かした？
That shouldn't be. Did you turn the valve the right way? Yeah, I think so.
おかしいわね。
That's strange. Well, we're going to have to support this pipe somehow. I'll try to find a cover. I looked around. The moment I took my eyes off the pipe. Crackle, crackle, crack. What? Turned toward the sound, I could see the pipe swelling rapidly. Boom. The cat burst off and flew towards my head. I pulled back, dodging suddenly. The flying metal ricocheted off the floor and came to a stop. That was close. Whoa. Bam. Boom. One after another, metal pipes bent and exploded around me. Wow. I panicked and got the hell out of there. But there were stacks of crates and old containers in the direction I tried to escape. Crash. Although the crates caught my waist, they shifted and began spilling over. Countless containers and rusty parts started raining down. They passed me and headed to the direct course to hit the wall. And then their path was... Coco, watch out. Okay. This may close off the Tsugumi stuff, but I don't really want to mess it up. So I have too much pride to do that. So I'm gonna go back and now I know what happens if you turn the pipes the wrong way. Well, let me see if let me complete the route here. Okay. So, yeah, I don't see how any good could come of turning the pipes wrong. So I'm going to go back and turn them correctly. But that's what happens if you turn them wrong, I guess. It's Takeshi's fault. Is more Takeshi's fault. So... So we're going to loosen it, so we're going to turn it counterclockwise. So we turn clockwise.
ここ、あとちょっとだけ支えてて。
Okay, I mean, I'm going to actually, I think, start writing down the choices again. Try to remind myself that's what I intended to do. So don't go and go are big branch points where it's like, note, don't go makes you very Tsugumi biased. Whereas go makes you very Sora biased. Okay. So I'm going to do go to get very Sora biased. This is a lot of text to go through because I have to go through this entire speech by Sora. Okay. Yes or no? Note, this is the clone law. And this very likely, it does not matter, like, what you choose. I'm going to put a save here, but, well, I didn't put a save on the branch point, did I? I didn't. That's funny. Okay. I have to go back to the pipes for it then. I'm going to say no just so I get the different, but this one I think does not matter. I don't know. I mean, I forgot.
2010年に
In 2010,
それまで禁止されていた人間のクローン受精は法律で認められました。
human cloning, which had been illegal up until then, was allowed by law.
現在では省庁の許可さえ得られれば誰でもクローン受精による不妊治療が受けられるようになっています。
Currently, as long as anyone receives the approval of the authorities, cloning may be used as a method to treat infertility.
培養した体細胞から核を抜き取り、別のすでに核を抜き取ってある卵細胞の中にそれを移植し、
They take the nucleus from an already cultivated somatic cell and then insert it into an egg that has had its original nucleus removed. They then implant it into the mother's womb. Oh, that's right, I remember now. One of my friend's relatives went through
ご
it.
理解いただけましたか？
Do you understand why I want to let me skip? Oh, there we go. So then you have hear more or struggle. So I'm going to see save. Do the one they haven't done. I don't get it. I wanted to scratch my head. No, I actually did scratch my head. There are two of me. There's two of me. What are you saying? Who am I? Who am I? Is there another me? If you're out there, answer me. I wanted to rage, to hit something. I had to grind my teeth together to keep myself still.
倉成さん、落ち着いて。
Calm down,
ちゃ
Takeshi.
んと聞いてください。
Listen to me. She arched her eyebrow.
そうだとしたらの話なんですよ。
Saying, what if?
細胞クローンでなく、真の意味でのクローニングというものがあったなら、
If there was such a thing as true cloning, not just cellular
オ
cloning.
リジナルと全く区別されることのないコピーがこの世に存在したら、
If there was a copy that could exist in the world with absolutely no difference from the original.
そういう仮定の話なんです。
I'm simply speaking hypothetically.
聞いてください。お願いですから。
Please just listen to me. All right, all right. All right, I'll listen. I took the voice adapter out of my out for a moment, rubbed my ears, and put it back. Then I took a deep breath. Ah, who? All right, bring it on.
では続けます。
Very well, I will
そ
continue.
う。あなたは2つになった。
Okay. So, I'm gonna more positive. This one again probably doesn't matter, but the more positive one is just to hit keep listening. Hear more.
そう。あなたは2つになった。
So he's talking about the choice I just made to go. And then I'm gonna put my note here is going to be probably does not matter. But just listen is much shorter and more positive. Like you don't annoy Sora as much with that. Okay. Sorry, F2 gets rid of the text box. F3 skips, so I kind of accidentally hit the wrong key. Which one am I talking about here? same way that you on path B, because there is no way to know, in the same way, you on path B probably isn't aware of the you on path A either. Do you? Try I don't know. I don't know. I answered
あ
honestly.
なたが三次元的な知覚能力しか持っていないからです。
It is because you only have the ability to perceive in 3 dimensions.
倉成さん、私が立体に見えますか？
Takeshi, do I look corporeal to you? Of course.
では、耳の変換器を片側だけ外して私の横に回り込んでみてください。
In that case, please take out just one of the earphones of your voice adapter and come around here to my side. I carefully removed my earphone and did as she said. Hey, Sora, you... Naturally, Sora had become invisible. Where'd you
こ
go?
こです。
I am here. I can't see you.
私は動いていません。姿も消していません。
I haven't moved and I haven't made myself invisible.
元の位置に戻っていただけますか？
Please return to where you were. Yeah. Hesitantly, I moved back towards where I had been standing. Sora's body... It was like watching someone flutter into an empty space. She slowly came into my line of vision. I went back to where I was. I put the voice adapter back in my ear. Sora was standing on both sides of my line of vision as if nothing had happened at all.
次は右目をつぶってみてください。
Please close your right eye. Like this? I closed my right eye. The Sora standing on my right side had vanished. Only the Sora standing on the left side was still there.
次は右目を開けて左目をつぶってください。
Next, open your right eye and close your left. I opened my right eye and closed my left. This time the Sora on the left vanished and the Sora on the right sprang into view.
さあ、両目を開けてください。
Now open both your eyes. Just like before, the Sora stood at either edge of my vision.
三次元の立体を見るには、
To see a three-dimensional figure,
二つの目から得た二次元情報のズレ、視差を利用します。
you take two-dimensional information acquired from both of your eyes, and your brain analyzes, processes it according to gain the correct depth.
では、三次元の空間そのものを外から眺め、認識するには？
So, to see a three-dimensional space from the outside and be able to recognize it. I don't get it, but somehow I think I do get it. Sora held her hand up in the air. I could see a holograph. Okay. Remind myself of the other one.
なぜだかわかりますか？
So I'm going to write this down. So this is... I don't know. And I do know. Okay, I do know. It's obvious, I answered. You just stated that there is no way to know. There are no means in existence to let my A self see my B self. For a person to see three-dimensional body, they have to receive flattened visual information from two eyes, and the brain has to make sense of it. The same way, to know that both A and B of yourself exist, you have to move to a perspective completely outside the Y. Even if you understood it intellectually, you can't actually confirm that A and B both
そう
exist.
です。
That's right.
素晴らしいですね。倉成さん、素質があるんじゃないですか？
Wonderful, Takeshi. You might be a natural at this. Actually, I just chose the choice that made Takeshi that. At what?
物理学者、あるいは哲学者の。
Physics, or perhaps even philosophy. You don't have to flatter me. Sora held her hand up in the air. I could see a holograph. Okay. So my note here is, I don't know gives more illustration, which is meaningless. I do know gets praise. Usually, I do know, I don't knows don't matter. So, probably doesn't matter either way. Snowflakes. most boring Let's Play ever recorded. Not really, it's just like, I don't have anything to say while it's scrolling through this text at non-instantaneous skip. And lots of it. I'm going to drop a save here. Um, Now, I don't think this matters because we've already done the go route. So I think both of these are going to be abbreviated. So I don't think it's going to matter. Anyway, so I'm going to abbreviate this in a different sense. There, I'm sorry, or I didn't say anything. Sorry probably is a better choice, but this doesn't matter probably in the Sora biased route, and probably doesn't matter anyway. Okay. I forgot what happens to that conversation. Yes or no? This is an interesting one because if you say yes, would that preclude Sora going crazy for you? We'll try it. That would be good, wouldn't it? That seems like a good thing to do. That way she doesn't get broken. I guess you could say that. Well, I guess you could say there was one. Oh, it's no different. Okay. But being trapped here makes it all seem like another time, another place. More like a dream than reality. Well, that makes you sound flaky. My reality here is consumed by how to survive this whole mess.
そうですか。では倉成さんは
Okay, cut Sora off when I clicked out. Okay. Seems to not matter. Both make Takeshi seem like a jerk. I wouldn't put it that way. Well, our relationship wasn't a perfect love story. But I have been in love. Okay. Then this one is seems to not matter. Both look like both are jerky. Both are jerky. Okay, so then it's kind of like the kissing. Like, have you kissed someone before in Ever17? So then this is I can't explain it. And I can't explain it. I'm going to go for this one because it's, let's see.
Hey!
Yes? I tried to buy myself time by lengthening sounds as if I had an answer to the tip of my tongue. Love. What was love? I never really thought that seriously about it. Wasn't there some other way I could describe it? No, come on, think. Think already. What was love? Well, how could I explain love to someone that never experienced it? That's never experienced it. Love. What is love? I was running out of air. Well, I gave up. No more air left. Pant, pant. My brain couldn't work properly with such little oxygen.
どうなさったんですか倉成さん。
What's the matter, Takeshi? For no reason, my heart started beating wildly again.
あまり無理をしないでくださいね。体を壊してしまいますよ。
Try to art, Takeshi. You're falling apart. Sora stood up
で
straight.
は、そうですね。自答してみましょう。
Which is the same thing this goes to skip, right? Yeah. I'm gonna go where he says yes and tries to make jokes. Because the other way, that sounds
どんなも
better.
のなのか説明してはいただけないでしょうか。
Say I can and have him do the jokes. Okay. Can is jokes. Can't is hemming and hawing. And I chose can and did the jokes. Okay. I went to the bathroom is a funny one, but we're going to say I was meeting Sora because we're doing a Sora heavy route here. So I'm going to write that down. Went to see Tsugumi. I was meeting Sora. I went to the bathroom. I'm going to say note. Bathroom is entertaining. Now, I wonder if you do Tsugumi here when it's like wasn't really. That's funny, but anyway. We're just meeting Sora. I tried to be as honest as possible. I used to do that just to test it. Just pick the wrong one. I went to see Tsugumi. I told the truth.
つぐみに
So both of them are telling the truth. Okay, I'm gonna pick Sora though. Because I'm picking Sora on all these things. Whoops. I know I overwrote the save. Oh no, phooey. Great.
どんなものなのか説明してはいただけないでしょうか。
Great, I have to do all the skipping again. Okay. To save right. And hit meeting Sora. I was just meeting Sora. Try to be as honest as
ほ
possible.
ほう。
Oh ho. Well, I went for a walk and ran into her. I was awake, so we jogged his Vitae stock together.
ジョギングって感じじゃなかったよ。慌てて走ってた。
It didn't sound like jogging, more like you were running.
音が結構響いてたから。
The sound really echoed. Well, you know Sora, she can run so fast I had to hurry just to keep up.
足速いも何も。空って走れるの？
Get fast, Sora can run. She did in the intro. Let's not get into the details, kid. Okay. It's Pygmalion. Thought it was a pretty scholarly talk. I kept quiet and watched the faces of everyone. With her fingers still extended in front of her face, you spoke
この
confidently.
ピグマリオンの話はね。
Story of
望ん
Pygmalion.
で願い、努力を怠らなければ、それは叶うという、そのことを言い表してるのよ。魂込めて作った彫像を本気で愛し、いつか言葉を返してくれると信じたからこそ、ピグマリオンの願いは叶ったんだから。
Don't think that one matters. Okay. Did I do a save though? Presume I did. Say nothing. Watch silently. And then voice disagreement. Problem is there is like Sora and Tsugumi aren't there, so it doesn't really. You wouldn't think it would matter what you pick. Voice disagreement would be like the Tsugumi. I don't know. Okay, let's keep going. No, it does not seem to matter. Seems like a filler choice to make it sound like there's more choices. None of these choices really seem to matter. That's what's tricky about the game. choices in this, a long stretch of no choices. Okay. So our choices are, okay, I'll go first. You go first. And let's both say it at the same time. What is the backlog of this? So let's try saving it first. Okay. I'll go first. It's about the lecture today. The love psychology lecture. I scratched my head as I spoke. Did you forget it already?
いいえ、
No.
私もね、あの講義のことが心残りだったんですよ。
I was thinking about it too. So her cheeks were bright red. Teehee. Okay. And then... I'll just let it skip and see how far it goes. Okay.
私だって恥ずかしいです。
You go first.
私からですか？
Me first.
そうですね。えっと、
Hello.
昼間のあの講義のことなんですけど、
It's about today's lecture.
恋愛心理学。
Of psychology. So her cheeks are bright red, bright red. Ah. That's what I wanted to talk about too. Oh, it's probably a little red too. Okay. So it's all the same. Okay. So note, it's all the same. If you say you go first, though, it means that like you don't just know, which might sound a little bad. So this is probably what. So probably both at the same time, or I know would be better if it actually mattered, which it probably doesn't.
昼間の講義のことなんですけど、
Okay. Looks like we're hitting right into the bad ending. There's like no change. This isn't good. This will drop a save, and I don't think it matters. Because we're not doing... It might matter for Tsugumi, because that's the elevator that they were, like, in. Okay, so push the button. Don't push the button. And my note's going to be... Only would matter for Tsugumi. And still probably doesn't matter. So I'm going to hit don't push the button. It's going to be the abbreviated version of this that's darker because abbreviated, because we didn't do... Oh. I don't know. I do know. And I know it's going to be probably doesn't matter. It's just like who explains it, right? So I'm going to take like kid I know, and hopefully that skips through. Mostly how her hand's not like flush with this trachea. She's like, I don't know if it's an art mistake or whether or not it's supposed to actually be like she knows what she's doing and she's going for the two arteries. Like she's actually like pressing on the arteries. Yes, you can blood choke somebody that way. It's just like, I wouldn't think the art department would intentionally do that. Still no different. Not liking this, I'm wanting differences. Control room. The infirmary. And the security office. I think this one you do all three. I think you get more if you do them in order. I'm gonna make sure I save. This one to you. Okay, control room. Security office. Essentially, the security office is required and the other two are not. Choice is going to be next. It's going to be hit the kid, right? Yep. It's going to be hit the kid and don't hit the kid. And this choice is very bizarre because, like, why would you ever hit don't hit the kid? which means it indicates maybe something special happens when you hit the kid. Let me save it, of course. Like, what if you hit the kid? We're gonna say hit the kid. You better brace yourself. Yeah. I struck the kid hard on his cheek. Hurt. It hurt. It had to have hurt him. My hand even hurt. But more than the pain in the hand, my heart hurt. I let go of the kid's collar and he backed away slowly. Everyone watched us silently.
殴ったな。
You hit me.
痛いな。
Ouch.
くしょう。くしょう。
Tears welled up in his eyes. Kid, come on, I'm asking you. Lift up your head. I hadn't wanted to blame him in the first place. Turned around and... Oh, interesting. That doesn't change the dial. Weird. If I was going hard Sora, though, I would, like, not hit the kid, but... I'm gonna go back and not hit the kid, because I can't imagine how that could possibly be the right answer. But it's... yeah. Yeah, I wonder if something special happens later on, though, if you do hit the kid. Like, you have to hit the kid to get the good ending. Huh. Why is no... It out. So I haven't hit that. So then we have yes or no. I'm gonna say I haven't lied. It's gonna be weird. No?
本当に今までの人生で一度も
Really? Your whole life? Not even once? I just did.
嘘をついたことなどないという嘘を今ついているのでは
You sure you aren't lying right now about never having told a lie? Isn't that a paradox? You really are amazing, Sora.
そうですか。わかりました。
Really, I see.
では果たして私が今まで嘘をついたことはあるのでしょうか
Do you think I ever told a lie up till now? It's a
どう
strange
ですか
question.
あるのかないのかわかりますか
I can't really imagine how
嘘をついたことがありますか
no could be the right answer there. And it just doesn't make any sense to me. And doesn't make any sense why you haven't would make sense here either. Do not know how no could make sense. And then the next choice is you have not. You haven't. And I'm going to say, no, I don't know how you haven't. You haven't. Does not make sense. She will later. She will say that IBF doesn't exist. Okay. I didn't save on that one, but they're close proximity, so gee whiz. I can correct that easily. And I think that's the others. There's only two choices left till the bad ending. So that's it. Like if we don't hit anything significantly different, I'm gonna hit a bad ending, and this is gonna have to go back and do a depth tree search. Instant skip would be nice. Okay, so the you pick 2. Ask you, and then ask Tsugumi. I don't see how this could possibly matter. So I'm going to hit. I'm going to drop a save at it. But can't matter. Okay, I'm like 99% sure I'm gonna hit a dud here, but it's like, this is the last choice. But I'm wondering if I should go through with this just in case, but I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a dud. Yeah, I don't. So slightly different choices, a slight variation, but overall the same result in general. Tried to be a little more Sora biased in my choices along the way. But nothing really made any significant difference. Something different. Something different. Here we go. We finished making our rounds. The kid and Tsugumi went back to the examination room where Coco was. Trading places, you left the room and Tsugumi took her place at the console, watching her vital signs. You and I talked in the corridor about what course of action we should take. Looks like we don't have any options.
そうね。
Yeah.
で、どうするの？
So, what do you want to do? What do I'm thinking about it.
ふーん。
Really? You smiled
プ
slightly.
ラナリっていっつもそんな感じだよね。
Teshi, you know you're always the same. What's that supposed to mean?
諦めが悪いっていうか。あ、ごめんごめん。変な意味じゃないよ。
You never know when to quit. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that in a bad way.
いつでも前向きに考えてるから、すごいなって思う。
You always try to be positive. I just have to admire that. This extra dialogue, it makes, I said I was 99% sure this is going to be a dud. If this dialogue now makes me only 50% chance it's going to be a dud. And there's a 50% chance that when I had a 99% chance of something, I was wrong. Great. I like this kind of wrong, though. You always try to be positive. I just have to admire that.
本当だよ。
I mean it. Really? You think so? I wouldn't say that I was positive, but I probably just don't notice the really dangerous things.
またまた、そんなこと言っちゃってさ。
There you go again, joking around.
わざとやってるんじゃないの？
You sure you're not doing it on purpose? You puffed up a little. Nah, not at all. I'm too dumb for that. And because I'm not so smart, I've got to think really hard about everything. But you know what? I think we're going to be okay. I mean, we got this far, didn't we? You laughed in response to my earnest reply.
うん。そうだよね。大丈夫って ってやつよね。
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. Sure it's gonna be alright. I hope you're right, Takeshi. The sound roared in the distance. It was probably being transmitted through the water to IBF, where we were. Was it the sound of the thermal vents? I wondered if Lemu was still hanging in there. Although the situation we were in didn't look great, there were still various options available to us. Hey, you. It's about that old guy, but...
研究員さん、結局助けられなかったね。
The researcher, in the end, we couldn't save him. Yeah, but I was thinking, why was he the only one left here? Everyone else got out earlier, right? Well, besides those guys that didn't make it.
そうだね。どうしてなんだろう。
Yeah, I wonder. It's probably because something to do with Coco.
わからない。
I don't know. We think he's Coco's dad.
わからないけど、でも
I don't know, but
彼には逃げられない事情があったのよ。生き延びるだけの事情も。
sure some kind of circumstances kept him from escaping. And circumstances that kept him alive. Circumstances?
実は彼が亡くなる前、みんなが探索に出てる間に少しだけ話ができたの。
Before he died and everyone was off searching, I had the chance to talk with him some.
研究員さんは苦しそうだったし、私はちょっと気が咎めたんだけど、
I tried to get him to stop because he seemed like he was suffering, but
彼、話してる方が気分が楽だからって。
he said talking made him feel better, so I see. Well, what did he talk about?
彼はティーフ・ブラウンにかかって、この EBF で何日も生死の狭間をさまよいながら、
He got TB and wandered around IBF half dead.
ずっとレミューのことを心配していたの。
He was worried about Lemu the whole time.
あの研究員さんは EBF に来る前はレミューのシステム開発に関わっていたらしいの。
Before coming to IBF, he said that he'd been involved with the project to develop Lemu's system.
レミューの管理プログラムを作った開発スタッフのうちの一人だったってそう言ってた。
He was one of the staff that engineered Lemu's management software. So both Costco's dad and Yu's dad are involved in making Lemu, okay? Meaning that...
ヒンメル、レミ、そしてソラ。彼の手になるものはレミューにあった。
Himmel, Lemi, and Sora, everything he left behind is here in Lemu.
プログラマーにとっては
For a programmer,
レミューのシステムは自分の子供のようなものなのよ。
the system here at Lemu was like his own child. Meaning he was worried about his children?
きっとそうね。
So when he said, take care of my daughter, was his daughter not Coco, but actually Sora? Yeah, that must have been it.
レミューの子供たちのことを思って彼は生き延びたのかもしれない。
Reading about his children is what helped him live a while longer. Or maybe it's children plural, so it's both Coco and Sora. Leaning against the wall, we looked at waves calmly lapping in the pool.
そうだ。研究員さんから聞いて確認できたことがあるの。
Oh yeah, there was one thing I heard from him that I was able to check up on.
私が警備室の端末で見つけた時は半信半疑だったけど、
I wasn't sure about it when I found it on the terminal in the security office. What's that?
レミのセキュリティパスを途中まで外してて、その時本当のことが分かったのよ。
Well, I had partially bypassed the Miss security without the help of Sarah or Sora, which is kind of interesting. Or just convenient for this route, because they're whatever. And that's when I found it. So what is it already?
空の居場所。
Sora's location.
空は、私たちの知っている空はインゼルヌルにいるわけじゃないの。
Sora is the Sora that we know isn't an incel null. Eh?
浮島にレミの中音演算処理装置 マスタースパコンがあるのは確かだけど、
We know that Lemme's central processing unit, the main supercomputer, is on the floating island.
レミューで起きた出来事のすべてはレミュー内の記憶装置に格納されることになってるみたい。
It seems that everything that happens here in Lemme is saved in Lemu's memory storage. What? I mean, can you tell me what that in a simpler language? So that someone even dumb like me can understand?
そうね。
Okay.
ライプリース製薬は赤ヶ崎空のシステムプログラムのオリジナルを保有している。
Lieblich Pharmaceutical keeps an original system program for Sora Akanegasaki.
だからこのレミューにいる空を失っても痛くも痒くもない。
So even if they lose the copy here at Lemu, it won't hurt them at all. Well, they'll lose the memories, but that's it.
極端な話をすれば空システム自体はいくつも複製を作ることができるってこと。
So basically, it is possible to make many different versions of the Sora system.
ここにいる空もその複製のうちの一つなのかもしれない。
Even the Sora here might just be a copy. More than one Sora. Multiple copies. Clones. Present everywhere. That's what she meant.
だけど考えてみて。
But think about it.
空は空でしょ。
Sora is Sora, right?
私たちの知っている空はたった一人だけでしょ。
There's only one Sora that we know, right?
じゃあ空と別の空を区別するものは何？
So that's the only thing that separates the Sora we know from other Soras? Well, Yuta doesn't know this, but Takeshi Takeshi thinks there's already two Soras that he's interacted with. Separates. Differences. Truth. Sora and the imposter. Ah.
分かったクラナリ。
Do you get it, Takeshi?
記憶だよ。
Memory.
私たちとここにいる空が共有しているものはたった
The only-
一つ。
The only thing that we and the Sora here share is
記憶だけなんだよ。
memory. That's it. Really? Even if Sora was everywhere, there was only one Sora Akanegasaki that I knew. Meaning, Sora's memory is here at Lemu. Sora Himmel? So then that means Sora's mind and spirit are here in Himmel. I couldn't hold back. You gave me a nod when I asked this question. But if Drite stock starts flooding,
そ
yeah,
う、もう二度と私たちの知ってる空には会えなくなるの。
the Sora that we know is gone forever. I kicked a dirty old bottle that was at my feet. It landed in the pool and slowly sunk. We went back to the corridor.
クラナリ、
Takeshi,
ごめんね。前に混乱させるようなこと言っちゃって。
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you earlier.
空はインゼルヌルにいるかもなんて。
Saying that Sora might be in Cell Knoll. Don't worry about it. We know where she is now. Yeah. Even if we were able to get out of Lemu safely, the Sora up at Incel Knoll wouldn't be the Sora that we knew. She would have the same thought processes and look the same, but would be a different Sora. That Sora wouldn't be the one who loved flower beds and who had made it rain. That wouldn't be the Sora who looked at me from the other side of the glass window. The Sora who told a hopeless guy like me that she loved me. The only place she existed was here. Hey Takeshi, why was I created? What is the purpose of my being alive? Huh? I felt strange and stopped suddenly. I looked up.
クラナリ、どうしたの？
Takeshi, what's wrong? Well, you see, I'm feeling a Duex Machina coming on. You followed my gaze to the ceiling. There was nothing there. She returned her gaze to me. Think the answer's gonna drop out of the sky? I'm not really sure, but for some reason, it's hard to breathe all of a sudden.
クラナリ、
Takeshi,
鼻血、
your nose is bleeding.
鼻血が出てる。
You've got a nosebleed. Of quickly put my hand to my nose. My upper lip was wet with something.
ちょっと大丈夫？
Hey, are you okay? No, we know he has deep blue. You looked worriedly at my face. Fine, I'm fine. I looked up and wiped under my nose as I replied. I wasn't thinking anything absolutely positively.
怪しいな。
I don't know if I should believe you. As if, not at a time like this, my nose wouldn't stop bleeding.
あれ、本気で鼻血みたいね。
Huh, it looks pretty bad. I guess that's a Japan thing. I haven't heard any, that's not something I encounter in everyday life, is this idea that men get nosebleeds. I guess the idea is your blood pressure goes up, so then the little blood vessels in your nose burst, like when you do a big lift. Anyway, look, I told you, right? I really wasn't thinking anything perverted, okay? Huh? That's not what you means, Takeshi. You're perv labeling yourself.
Huh?
Huh?
はって何？
Huh, what?
ねえ。
Come on, what? You started shaking my shoulder. Wachoo! I let out a huge sneeze. Splat. Blood flew not only from my nose, but also from my mouth in large amounts. It splattered all over the floor and onto the wall. Whoa! I was suddenly assaulted by dizziness. The world felt like it was spinning. For some reason, I can't keep steady. Although I didn't feel so great, it seemed funny for some reason, and I laughed. What's with this?
クラナリ、
Takeshi!
しっかりして。
Hang in there! Huh? Quit shaking me. It's making me feel ill.
ごめん。
Sorry. Hey, I'm fine. Don't worry, you.
冗談よしてよ。
This is no time to be joking around.
血まみれじゃない、クラナリ。
You're bleeding all over, Takeshi.
診療室に行こう。すぐ見てもらった方がいいよ。
If you go to the examination room and take a look at you at once. Yeah, cough. This isn't good. I gotta get a hold of myself. I tried to calm myself down. With you supporting me, I walked down the corridor. Just then, a door flew open in front of us. It was the examination room. Out of it flew Tsugumi.
ユウ、たけし、少年の様子が。
You, Takeshi, the kid's in bad shape. With eyes that showed the gravity of the situation, she yelled at us.
少年がどうしたの？
The kid, what's wrong?
大変なのよ。いいからとにかく中へ。
He's in trouble. It'll be faster if you come and look.
まさか、たけしもなの？
Takeshi, you too? Tsugumi noticed the shape I was in and opened her eyes in shock.
クラナリも？
Takeshi, too? What are you talking about? The kid was sleeping in the LMRI table, on the LMRI table. His results from the scan came up on the control panel's monitor. Teeth blue, 2017, revision 17.
少年もティーフブラウンに感染してる。
He's been infected with teeth blouse too. How could that happen? Why? He's been with us the whole time, so why didn't he get... Because the intubation period, Takeshi. Why and where did he get TB? Cough. I mumbled to myself, finding it hard to breathe all of a sudden. Well, he got it from Coco and then intubated.
たけし、落ち着きなさいよ。
Takeshi, just calm down.
ティーフブラウンの正確な感染経路は私たちには分かってないんだから。
None of us know where he got exposed to it. We know that Tsugumi, though, has a heightened immune system, so if she gets TB, she get much less sick. In theory.
クラナリ、あなたもスキャンを受けて。
Takeshi, I want you to get scanned too. Why?
スキャンを受けてよ。頼むから。
Just let me scan you, please.
いきなり鼻と口から血を吹くなんて普通じゃないでしょ？
It isn't normal to start spewing blood from your nose and mouth, okay? Yeah, I know, but
手伝うわ。
I'll help. Tsugumi gently took the kid off of the LMRI examination table and forcefully put me up on it. Pressing on both of my shoulders, she forced me down on the table. You don't have to do that. Fine, I'll let you check me. I brushed Tsugumi's hands off of me. See, I'm lying down now. Wait, it was Tsugumi who did that?
OK。ユウ、スキャンをお願い。
Okay, you please start the scan.
うん。
Eh. You start operating the control panel. Scanning light from the laser crawled slowly up on my body. After a while,
スキャン完了。
the scan's finished. What's it say? My voice cracked when I asked the question. At least say something, you.
結果は
The results are. You stared at the panel without moving.
結果は黒。たけしももう感染してる。
The results are blank. You're infected too, Takeshi. Tsugumi read the monitor for me. Why? Why did I catch TB? Because we came to IBF? No, it couldn't be that. I must have had it longer than that. Since getting to Lemu? Maybe we're all infected. Damn it. I looked it up from the LMRI and was assaulted with a terrible dizzy spell. Whoa.
たけし危ない。
Takeshi, watch out. The one to steady me from falling was the kid. But from the looks of it, his legs weren't very steady either. Putting my hand up on a wall, I somehow held myself up.
困ったもんだね。
We're in trouble, huh? You can say that again.
例のアンプルがあれば、オレンジのアンプル。
If only we had that serum, the orange one. Ah. The kid pressed his hand to his face. As he wiped his mouth, I noticed a thin trail of blood there. Yeah, the serum. If they've been handling TB here at IBF, they should have some of that. Well, they might have used it on all the employees already. If we use that, then the symptoms should lessen. I went around the examination room and checked to see if I could find it anywhere. Tsugumi and Yu hurriedly started checking through the medicine cabinets. The kid sank to the floor. He didn't look very good. His breathing was ragged. He had lines of pain etched on his face.
ダメないみたい。
It's no good. It doesn't look like there's any here.
こっちも見当たらないわ。
I can't find it either. The two of them were shaking their heads. Damn, what are we gonna do? PP? Did PP find it again? Hey, PP, you seem like you're doing pretty well. Without me noticing, PP had come up and was darting around my legs. His tail was wagging frantically. He suddenly dropped a few small objects from his mouth. Bow wow. Hey, where'd you
どう
get...
したの？
What's wrong? Ah! You ran over to where we were.
これってオレンジのアンプル。
I called that just before it happened. Anyway, this is the orange serum. She had picked up one of the fallen objects in front of PP. It was a small capsule, a capsule with orange liquid inside of it. 4 of them had fallen on the floor. You're gonna need to use all 4. Where'd you find that, PP? I didn't know if he'd understand me, but I asked PP anyway. Whine. PP shook his head from side to side. Were there any more of these? He shook his head. This is all of them? Woof. He nodded. Well, we need to take these immediately. Sorry, you, but get these ready. You're the only one who knows how to give shots.
注射器はこっちで見つかったわ。ユウ。
I found some syringes over there, you.
わかった。
Tsugumi could probably give a shot. It would probably hurt, though. We gathered all the cartridges of serum from the floor and put them on the bed. Looking slightly doubtful, you prepared the syringes one at a time and gave the kid and me our shots. Phew, we can relax for a while now.
サンキュー、ユウ。
Thanks, you.
どういたしまして。
You're welcome. Sitting with his back against the wall, the kid gave you a thumbs up. After that, he smiled and closed his eyes. He must have fallen asleep. What do we do about Coco?
まだ高圧酸素療法の最中よ。ポットを開けることはできないわ。
She's still undergoing the oxygen treatment, so we can't open the pod.
治療は今のところ順調。あそこに入っている限り、症状の急激な悪化はないと思うけど。
Looks like the treatment is progressing normally. As long as she's in there, I don't think her condition will get it much worse. Now, I thought that they all needed, there was 4 of them. But Tsugumi, though, what's the 4th one for? Because you wouldn't think it would be for, one's for you. Tsugumi, though? Yeah, okay. She's like invincible, so... By the way, what about you, Tsugumi? Are you okay?
スキャンはさっき一人で受けたわ。
I scanned myself earlier.
今は平気。でも、自覚症状がないだけかもしれない。
I'm okay for now, but maybe I just don't have any symptoms. Looking slightly worried, Tsugumi said this. Oh, you, why don't you give Tsugumi a shot? You opened up another of the containers and gave Tsugumi a shot. Oh yeah, you should probably give yourself a shot too, don't you think, you?
え、いや、私は。
Huh? No, And then she immediately throws up blood. The next shot had already been prepared, but for some reason Yu was stalling. She started coughing suddenly. Hey, give yourself a shot quickly!
そんなこと。だって。
But She wouldn't stop coughing. Her arm holding onto the syringe started to shake.
深呼吸。
Her coughing finally stopped, but her hands wouldn't go still. What's wrong? You aren't feeling well? You want me to give the shot to you?
え、やだよ。
Huh? No way.
注射、私、注射苦手なの。
I don't like shots. Well, time for Tsugumi to give it to you then. Huh? You didn't have any problems sticking everyone else.
自分でするのは嫌なんだ。
You don't like getting them yourself?
そうなの。痛いの嫌いなの。
Well, yeah, because they hurt. Well, like, in the past year, which is, I guess, not 2017 shots, it's 2021 shots, and not 2002 shots. They made the needle so that you can feel like nothing. Like, I've gotten a tetanus shot about roughly a year ago, and it felt like zero. There, wasn't even a prick. And then I got that other shot, and that lady just stabbed it in my arm real hard, but anyway, it's still because of the nature of the needle though. Even though she stabbed it in my arm real hard, it didn't really hurt. Hurts. Most of the hurt comes from you anticipating it and be like, Anyway, she puffed out her cheek stubbornly. What are you talking about? Your life's on the line here. What do you do? Give me that syringe, you. Ah! Reaching out quickly, I latched onto Yu's arm. Tsugumi, hold her down.
了解。
Roger. Tsugumi forced you to sit on the bed and held her so that she could move.
ちょっと。何す。来た。
Hey, what are you doing? Ouch! Stop complaining. I grabbed onto Yu's arm and stuck the needle in it.
こら、どこに刺してるのよ。
Hey, where do you think you're sticking that?
違う、そこじゃないって。ああ、ラボにしないで。
Got all wrong, not there. I'll stop mangling me.
もう、ゆっくりやってよ。
They're supposed to stick it in a... Well, I don't know where you would inject the serum, whether it's supposed to go in a vein or a muscle. Now stop, go more slowly. Well, stop squirming around so much.
角度が変。おかしいって。
The angle's all wrong.
空気が入っちゃうじゃないのよ。
You're going to get air bubbles in it. Stop complaining, you can't do it yourself.
下手くそー。
You suck. Shut up.
やめて。離して。死んじゃうよ。痛いよ。
Stop it, let me go, I'm dying, ouch. It's kind of dark because someone said that while getting a lobotomy. You idiot, we're giving you this so you won't die. Tsugumi slumped her shoulders. Yu was throwing a tantrum like a spoiled child. Small droplets of red stained the bed's white sheets. After that, Yu got scanned on the LMRI. As suspected, she had come down with TB. We didn't have room to mess around anymore. In the end, Yu wouldn't let me do it, so she ended up giving herself the shot. But how would you get that dialogue, go more slowly and stuff? What was he supposed to do slowly? The plunging? Complaining the whole time with tears in her eyes. Why don't you just have Tsugumi do it? There's no way you could resist. Anyway, I'm not sure how long our condition will hold with just one shot. Hey, Yu, do you think we can do anything about after it stops working? She was sitting at the computer terminal, silently typing on the keyboard. You tell me what we can expect.
話しかけないでよ。気が散る。
Don't talk to me, I can't concentrate. Alright.
まあ、とにかくやってみるから。
Try my best.
誰かが通信ソフトにロックをかけて、ここから外に連絡できなくしてる。
Someone has put a lock on the communications protocol and we can't make contact with the surface.
でも時々外から混戦気味に通信データが入ってくるのを見つけたから、
But every once in a while, I found some communication data that crosses through.
ロックを外せれば、あるいはまともに通信できるようになるかもしれない。
If I can release that lock, or, well, anyway, we just might be able to get through somehow.
何の連絡の手立てもなかったレミューよりはまだ希望があるよ。
At least it is better than the Moo, where we had no way of making contact. Alright, show me what you got, genius.
オッケー。
Okay. I left you for a while and went to look at the monitor attached to the capsule pod. Tsugumi came over to stand next to me and looked at the monitor.
ココの容体は？
How is Coco doing? She's in serious but stable condition.
そう。
Really? According to the monitor, it would be 4 hours before Coco could leave the pod. The pod was full of high-pressure oxygen. We couldn't take Coco out of there until the time had come. The kid snored next to Coco's pod, frowning slightly. I couldn't say that his condition looked good. I could only pray that he would hang on a little longer. For a little while after that, my attention wandered. I don't know how much time passed. I was not sure whether things were real or a dream. Was I alive? Was I dead? I didn't know. I slept like I was dead. Was I dead? Was I sleeping? Which was it? And where was me that was thinking about everything? Well, I haven't been dead, so I don't have very much personal experience with this, but I would think that if I was dead, I would know I was dead.
あと少しだけ時間があったら。
Some people really want to argue with me really hard about that last statement. If we just had a little more time,
データを取り出せたのに。
I could have gotten at the data.
警備室の端末、
The terminal in the security office.
最後のパスワードやっと分かったのに。
We even figured out that final password.
そうだ、イメルからなら
Hey, if it's from
テ
Himmel,
ラバイトディスクにコピーして。
we could copy it to the terabyte disk. That's right, just a little more. Just have to stay alive for a little bit more. I woke from my stupor. A stale, cold feeling. I realized I had been sleeping sprawled on the floor. I slowly raised my body. I tried opening and closing my fists. Strange. The movement left me with an uncomfortable sensation, like it wasn't my own. I shook my head. I tried slapping my cheek. I breathed in the cold air and breathed out. Strange. The inside of my head stayed dull and murky. I dragged myself to consciousness, forcibly reeling myself back to clarity. Putting my hands on the floor, I pulled up my heavy, aching body. My feet faltered, but somehow I managed to stand. I looked around the infirmary. I saw several used syringes scattered on the floor. Well, okay. The kid was still slumped against Coco's pod. He looked disturbingly bad, just completely out of it. Tsugumi was nowhere to be seen. I wondered where she had gone to. Yu was half slumped over the terminal console, snoring away. She looked like she was in some pain and was perspiring in her sleep. Her hand was pushed against the panel as if she had been in the middle of typing. On the monitor, auto-repeated strands of letters were lined up without meaning. What the? I heard a strange sound. I reinserted the voice converter into my ear. It wasn't a problem with the
応
converter.
答してください。
Come
第
in.
3 EBF 応答してください。
IBF3, please respond.
こちらは海上保安庁特殊救難隊
This is the emergency rescue team from the Maritime Defense
イン
Force.
ゼルヌルより指示を行っています。
We are under the direction of Incel Knoll. Was I actually hearing someone's voice over the speaker? I hurried over to the terminal and removed Yu's hands from it, taking over the control panel. Hello? This is the IBF infirmary, over.
第3 EBF か。こちらインゼルヌル管制室海上保安庁特急隊本部。
IBF3, I repeat, this is the emergency rescue team from the Maritime Defense
こ
Force.
ちらの通信が聞こえるか。
Can you hear me? Can over. Yeah, okay, loud and clear. I was somehow able to force out an answer. Voices spilled out from the other end of the line. Hey, there are survivors down there. I can't believe it. That's amazing. That's what I wanted to say. It seemed like you had been able to restore the communication lines.
これから大至急救難隊を向かわせる。 第3 EBF のプールは使用可能か？
Sending a rescue team immediately. Can you access the pool in IBF3? Yeah, it should be fine.
要救助者の場所と数はわかるか？
Do you know how many survivors there are and where they are located? In the examination room, there are 5, no 6.
6名だな。了解した。
The dog. 6, I copy.
民間サルベージ機関の深海潜水艇にこちらの救難隊員が同乗している。到着次第、指示に従って脱出してくれ。
A rescue team is headed there in private sector salvage vessel. Or it's either is it PP or is okay, we have to count them. There are 4 syringes. Coco, that's 4. 5 is Coco. The dog, yeah, PP makes 6. So it didn't include Sora in the count. A rescue team is headed there in a private sector salvage vessel. When it arrives, I want you to follow its directions and get out of there. How long till we get here?
できるだけ急がせるが、約1時間後になる。
They're going as fast as they can, but it'll take about an hour. 1 hour. Coco should be able to get out of the pod by then. I just hope we have that long.
だが、万一の際には
But if something goes wrong,
研究所内に残されている深海探査用の潜水艇があるはずだ。すまないが、そこに避難するように。
there should be a small deep exploration submarine left in the research facility. I hate to make you do this, but I want you to escape to that area. But we can't get there, and yellow submarines are not good places to go anyway in Japanese visual novels. Something goes wrong? What do you mean?
レミューの核兵器強度はすでに限界を超えている。
This partition strength threshold is already being exceeded.
もしも一部分が悪化するようなことにでもなれば、どこかのエリアが崩落し、沈没する危険がある。
If one section implodes, there's the risk that another area could collapse and sinking could ensue.
いずれにしろ、重量のある破片が落下し、研究所上部にぶつかることが予想される。
If that happens, we think there's a high possibility that heavy pieces could crash down on the research facility. That explains it. I was really confused in the bad ending, why, IBF was getting destroyed. You don't say.
もちろん、そのような事態になる前に迅速な救助が行えるよう、我々も最善を尽くす。
Of course, we're doing everything we can to get to you before that happens.
必ず救助に向かう。もうしばらく待っていてくれ。
Heading there no matter what, so please hang on a little longer. Click. The communications cut out suddenly. Hey, wait a sec. I hit the call button repeatedly, but there was no answer. Damn it, we can't open up communications from this side. I didn't have any other choice. I began reading through the manual on the side of the communication terminal. A mini submersible for deep sea exploration? We hadn't found it when we'd searched the place. Here it is. Following the instructions, I used the control panel to call up information on the monitor. It's a small electric submersible. The submarine was in a separate sealed sector attached to IBF. The specification said it was a neutral buoyancy miniature submarine for saturation diving. The important thing was it could be brought over to the pool by remote control. If things get dangerous, I guess they want us to board this. I quickly went about setting up the remote control program so that we could move the submarine at a moment's notice if we had to. Alright. All we have to do now is get Tsugumi and Sora over here. Sora. How are we going to get Sora here? I was overcome by unease. Boom. Suddenly a low metallic crash reverberated throughout the installation. The sound seemed to come from above. An alarm sounded from the terminal and the screen changed. Warning, Lemu hull breach flooding. Lemu. This is bad. That means Sora and Tsugumi. I ran out into the corridor. It was only slight, but the floor was trembling. I suddenly became dizzy again. Losing my balance, I crashed into a wall. Recovery wasn't complete yet. I still gotta go. I have to go! I took all the strength I could muster and headed to the pool room. Tsugumi, you've been in here? Thank God. Just as I headed through the watertight door, I met with Tsugumi.
たけし、目が覚めたの？
Takeshi, you're awake? She looked at me strangely. Yeah, Tsugumi, there's a rescue team on the way. They said it would take about an hour. I want you to wait for them in the examination room.
救助が？
Rescue? They said they were from the Maritime Defense Force. You was able to open up a communication line up to Incel Null.
インゼルヌルト
To Incel Null? Tsugumi, are you okay?
ええ。アンプルが効いてるから悪くないわ。
Yeah, that serum seems to be working. I'm fine, so she's not fine. Okay. Okay, then I want you to get back to examination room right away. Everyone else is in bad shape. I want you to look after them. And saying that, I headed for the lift.
ちょっとたけし、どこに行くつもり？
Wait, Takeshi, where are you going? Up to Lemu. We still got an hour. I'm going to get Sora.
待って、無茶よ。
Wait, that's crazy. And you're gonna copy her onto 1 terabyte hard drive, if that's enough space. Which probably, I use up a terabyte super easily. So, doing this. So no, it's not. Tsugumi chased after me and grabbed onto my arm.
どうやって？空はレミューからここに降りられないのよ。
How? Sora can't come down here from Lemu. I know. I've got to think of a way. No, wait. I already know what I've got to do. Ah. I tore myself away from her grip and tossed her aside.
行かないで。
Don't go.
私を置いて行かないで。
Don't go. Don't leave me.
一人にしないで。
Don't leave me alone. Tsugumi called out to me in a tearful voice as she lay sprawled on the floor, but I didn't turn back. As soon as the door opened, I flew into the lift. The elevator headed up. I guess if you do Tsugumi's side, it turns out a little bit different.
Tiefe 90 Meter.
Depth 270 feet.
Tiefe 80 Meter.
Depth 240 feet.
Tiefe 70 Meter.
Depth 210 feet. Upwards. The elevator stopped. Forcing open the door, I slipped into the pressurization chamber. The entrance had closed automatically. I pressed on the intercom button repeatedly. Sora, Sora.
倉成さん、どうして？
Takeshi, what are you? Hey, it's been a while. I realized how much I had missed that voice. I waved to Sora as she appeared outside the window.
何やってるんですか？こんなところで。
What are you doing here? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I came back. What's the damage?
スライトストックに浸水中。
There's flooding in Vitae stock. Sora explained the situation
倉
diligently.
庫の隔壁が欠損。愛のシャフトにも亀裂が生じています。危険な状態です。
The warehouse area has been breached and cracks are beginning to form in the elevator shaft. The situation is serious. Well, I thought the warehouse was already flooded.
通常通路、ほぼ全域にわたって15センチ以上冠水しています。
There's over 6 inches of flooding in almost all the corridors. That's pretty bad. What about Vitae
ダ
stock?
クトを介して上部フロアの水が流入しています。
Water's coming in from the upper floors via ducts. Are you able to drain it okay?
現状はなんとか。
Yes, I'm doing the best I can.
ですが、浸水は時間の問題かと思われます。
Flooding is only a matter of time. Well, don't worry about it. I'll be right back.
ダメです。
No. Sora's eyes flash from the other side of the
チャ
glass.
ンバーを減圧してきちんと入管手続きを取ってください。
Let's decompress the chamber and follow the proper entrance protocol. Decompression? Are you telling me just wait here?
はい、規則です。でなければ EBF に戻っていただきます。
Yes, it is a rule. If you won't, I'm going to have to ask you to go back to IBF. How long will it
最
take?
速で行います。
I will complete it as soon as possible. I need to know how much time.
急いでも12時間。
If I hurry, 12 hours. 12 hours, we don't have that
血
long.
液中に溶け込んだ窒素を排出しないと減圧症になってしまいます。
If we don't dissolve the nitrogen in your blood, you will get decompression sickness. I don't care, open that door
で
now.
きません。
I can't do that. Just open it, please.
なぜです。
Why?
今ドアを開けたら急激な減圧に伴って血液中の窒素が気化し血栓を作り、最悪の場合
If we open the door now, due to the rapid decompression, the nitrogen in your bloodstream will form bubbles, causing blood clots, and in the worst case, well, you get paralysis, and then you die. I don't care. You get that door open now. I found the emergency escape lever inside the chamber and pulled on it. I kicked the door. Kaboom! There was a horrible noise as though all the air inside had exploded. My body was thrown from the room, along with the high-pressure gas that had been built up inside. I was tossed like a piece of confetti, sliding and rolling along the floor all the way to the control room. My body crashed heavily against the wall. Gah. Wah. Pain racked my body. and it wasn't because I had smacked into the wall. Although I kept spewing out my breath, it felt like air kept bubbling up in my lungs. Then came a terrible exhaustion. My body felt like it was expanding. My eyes felt swollen and painful. The muscles in my limbs began to jerk and spasm. Numbness, pain, headache. I felt like I had no room to move. According to astronomers, humans can live for a short period of time even if they are thrown out of a spaceship into space. No! No, you explode. You grow to a huge size and lice. Your body bursts. What are you even talking about? But fish brought quickly up from the sea depths to sea level die instantly because the pressure difference causes their organs to burst. So I was an astronaut, or
倉成さん、変換器を。
Takeshi, your voice converter. I felt splitting pain deep in both ears. Repelled by my eardrums, the voice converter flew out of my ears. I hurriedly held both ears with the palms of my hands and knocked them as though trying to drain water from them. I couldn't hear what Sora was screaming. All I could do was lie on the floor trying to suck in air, like a fish that had been pulled out of the water. A few minutes passed. The earphones that I had been wearing had broken in half. I got up weakly. I saw some extra voice converters on the edge of the console. From the researcher, I crammed them forcefully into my ears.
倉成さん
Takeshi! Sora ran over to me with a painful expression on her face. She tried to wrap her arms around me. Even though she couldn't touch me, she was trying to help me up. Okay, I'm still alive. I stuck out my hand to the console, stood up and smiled for
倉
her.
成さん
Takeshi! I could hear Sora's voice. It seemed that my eardrums hadn't burst.
どうして来たんですか？
Why did you come here? Sora, she wiped away tears and her expression
す
darkened.
ぐに EBF に戻ってください。ここは危険なんです。
Back to IBF this instant. It's too dangerous here. And although she was crying, her face reddened with anger. I'm not going back. I came here knowing how dangerous it would be.
ダメ、戻って。お願い。
No, go back, please.
本当に、なんてこと。信じられない。
Can't believe that you would do this.
逃げて。お願い。戻ってください。
Run away, please, just go back.
浸水が、私が戻って、倉成さん頼みます。助けないと危険です。
Flooding, go back, Takeshi, please. If I don't save, danger. Calm down, Sora. You're totally incoherent. I held out my hand as I spoke, hoping to calm her down. But I couldn't stop her anger. Her lips pursed, she glared at me slightly. Do you know why I'm here?
わかります。
Yes.
いえ、わかりません。
No, I don't
たと
know.
えわかっていても、認めるわけにはいかないんです。
Even if I know, I can't accept it. She seemed sad and angry at the same time.
私、矛盾してますか？
Contradicting myself? No, I think it's pretty much common sense. But in other words, I came up from IVF because Lemu is dangerous.
倉成さん自身、危険だってわかってるのに、
You know that it is dangerous, so why?
どうして私の言うことを聞いてくれないんですか？
Why won't you listen to me?
下に戻ってくれないんですか？
Will you please go back to IBF? Why keep talking? Why don't you just do it? I just copy her onto something. I know I should listen to you, but I can't. I knew that Lemu was dangerous, so I couldn't just stay there in IBF where it is safe. I wonder if that's strange. You think so?
おかしいですよ。矛盾してます。
It is strange. It is self-contradictory.
だって倉成さんが、このままじゃ、
Because if you stay here, Takeshi,
死んでしまうかもしれないじゃないですか。
you may die. Her shoulders started shaking and she started to cry. I keep telling you not to rush to conclusions, Sora. I came here to get you. I know a way to help you. Well, I'm not sure about it yet, but if I've got a little time, I can get you to IBF with me. Groan. As if I were responding with if it were responding to my words, the floor started to shake. And soon an alarm rang from the Himmel console. What's that sound? Sora, tell me what it was.
あの、
They're gonna do this dramatic thing where it's like the computer's in danger and it's gonna be like copying and it's gonna be a progress bar and yeah. So it's very cliche. Sora's gaze wandered and she spoke to me with a pained expression.
EBF へのリフトが今の振動で破損しました。
The elevator leading to IBF was destroyed with that tremor. The elevator was destroyed.
リフトは使用不能になりました。
It is no longer working. Holding back tears, she gazed down at her feet. You don't say. Trying to keep my calm, I responded to her. I was pretending to be cool. But I was actually in trouble. This is bad. I couldn't put on an act. If we couldn't go down to IBF, our escape route was really gone. Oh, well, that throws a bit of a wrench in our plans, but hey, that's okay, right? I laughed sheepishly and scratched the tip of my nose. There really wasn't anything to do but to laugh.
よくありません。
Certainly not all right.
全然よくありません。
Not all right at all. I sprang to the Himmel console, checking once more the damage shown there. The IBF elevator wasn't moving due to a break in the shaft. Thankfully, no one was in the elevator when the accident happened. It seemed that in the IBF case, we had escape damage again. She let out a deep, deep sigh. Sora stopped crying. Suddenly tightening her expression, she stood at attention.
こうなってしまったからには、
It's come to this.
とにかく倉成さんが助かる方法を考えてみます。
In any case, I'll think of a way to help Takeshi get out.
それが私の務めですから。
That is my duty. She had an unassailable, earnest expression. She stared directly into my eyes. Duty? I tried repeating it in my own mouth. Hey, is that really your only reason?
はい、
Yes. She nodded calmly.
必ず倉成さんを地上までお送りします。
I will definitely get you out to ground level.
それが私に与えられた機能であり、職務なのです。
It is the function that was given to me. It is my task.
だって私は
Because I'm...
レミシステムの AI、茜ヶ崎空ですから。
I am Sora Kanegasaki, artificial intelligence of the Mist system. She threw off all emotion as she said that. This was Sora's proposed escape plan.
レミューを貫く巨大な円筒部、ハウプトプラッツ。
There is a huge cylinder that cuts through Lemu.
その中央にそびえ立つエレベーターチューブ。
The elevator shaft that rises in the middle of that.
ここを通れば海上に脱出することができます。
If you can get through this, you can emerge on the surface of the sea. What are you talking about? Didn't the central elevator get sunk in the first flood?
はい。
Yes.
しかしチューブ自体は幸いなことに無傷で残っているのです。
But the tube itself is thankfully still fine.
海水は亀裂の入った別のエリアから流入したものに過ぎません。
The ocean water only came through cracks in another area. Really? Still, even so, the tube is 103 feet high. The huge pipe is completely full of pressurized seawater. You're not telling me to swim through that?
いえ、そうではありません。
No, not that.
チューブの中に溜まった海水を一度排水するのです。
First drain the water filling the pipe. Drain it
ま
how?
ず、チューブ周辺の防水扉をすべて閉鎖し、チューブ内への水の侵入を防ぎます。
First, we'll close off all the flood hatches around the tube so that no water can get in.
その処置を施した後、チューブ最下部の扉を開放し、チューブ内に溜まった水を全部ドリットシュトックに移動します。
After we take care of that, we open the doors on the lowest part of the tube and let all the water that was built up inside flow over to Drite stock. Okay, let's say something like that were possible. How would I climb up that ridiculously high tube? There's no ladders or anything in that tube, is there?
ええ、ご指摘の通りです。
It is as you say.
ですから先ほど私は一度排水すると申し上げたのです。
That is why I said we would drain it first.
排水が完全に終了した後、続いて A のドアを開放します。
After the drainage has completely finished, we open door A.
その時には、倉成さんはツバイトシュトックのエレベーターチューブ内に移動していてください。
At that point, we'll go to Zweite Stock's elevator tube.
そうすれば、徐々に水位は上昇しますので、水の上に浮いているだけで、インゼルヌルへと到達することができます。
Do that and the water level rises, you will just float right up to Inselno.
最初、水圧に押され、水位は激しく上昇しますが、海面に近づくにつれ、その速度は緩やかになります。
First, all the water pressure will make the level of the water swell up violently, but as you approach the sea level, it will slow down. Hey, Sora, can you go back to the first conversation?
ええ、どうぞ。
Yes, certainly. You said before that we could move the water to Drite stock. So you mean, in other words, that we would entirely flood Drite stock?
はい。
Yes. What would that mean? What do you mean, yes? If we flood Drite stock, the Himmel computer room will be flooded too.
はい。
Yes.
ですが、 私のことならご心配には及びません。
But you don't need to worry about me.
私の頭脳はインゼルヌル上にあります。
My brain is an incel null.
ですから、レミュー内のコンピュータが全壊しても、私の存在が失われることはありません。
So even if all of the computers inside Lemu go down, it won't extinguish me. Oh, I see.
今の手順、もう一度説明が必要ですか？
Do you need me to explain this plan again to you? No, I've got it. It's okay. The water rises up the elevator tube. I just zoom up and out with it and I escape. Is that right?
そういうことです。
That is right. I understood the proposal. I understood it, but no. If Himmel floods, what happens to you? Your memory, your recollections, aren't they all here? They'll all be drowned. I pointed to the computers lined up next to the console. She looked down and didn't answer. No way I'm going to let you take this kind of suicidal act, Sora. Sizzle. Ow. Suddenly a searing, burning pain hit my eyes. I covered my eyes frantically. What the hell was that? Forcefully, I pulled away my hands and opened my eyes.
倉成さん、もう時
Takeshi,
間がないんです。どうか私の言う通りにしてください。
we don't have any more time. Please do as I say. She said that without emotion. Furrowing her eyebrows, Sora glared at me.
RSD のレーザーの照射レベルを少しいじらせてもらいました。
I fiddled around a bit with the RSD laser levels.
それで倉成さんの目を炙ったんです。
It so seared your eye.
本
What?
来ならばできないことですが、
Actually, it's not something I should be able to do.
今の私はどうかしています。リミッターが外れてしまったみたいに。
But right now, I just did it somehow. It's like the limiter has been turned off. She stared at me. It was a gaze that sent chills down my spine. Hey, come on now. Are you threatening me, Sora?
早く言う通りにしてください。
Hurry and do as I say.
倉成さん、
Takeshi.
私がちょっとレーザーの加減を間違えたら、次は本当に倉成さんの目を傷つけてしまうかもしれません。
If I make even a tiny mistake with the laser levels, next time I really might hurt your eyes.
私が嘘をついてると思いますか？
Do you think that I'm lying?
私は真剣です。
I'm serious. And thus Sora's plan became reality.
倉成さんはツバイトシュトックの所定の位置に移動して待機してください。
She will go to the predetermined place in Zweite stock and wait there.
チューブに入るタイミングも私が指示します。
She knew the timing of when to get into the tube.
その時が来るまで、私はこのヒンメルにとどまり、レミューの状態を監視します。
Till then, I'll stay at Himmel and keep watch on Lemu.
排水ダクトをコントロールして崩落を食い止め、1分1秒でも長く全艦が維持できるように努めておきます。ですから、
Control the drainage duct and try to stop the fall. I'll try to keep the whole place going for as long as I can. Even a minute. No, even a second longer.
お
So,
願いです、倉成さん。必ず生きて脱出すると約束してください。
please, Takeshi, you have to get out alive. Please promise me. I promise. I left Himmel and looked upstairs. I checked my PDA display. It showed a map of Lemu and my escape route. Just a little bit ago, I had installed a data linking program from Himmel's console that linked my PDA to Lemu's center. Sora had prepared it for me. At this point, I had to just do it. It was a gamble. I reached Vitae's stock second floor. The hallway was flooded just like the third floor. Sora, I've come to the second floor. What should I
了
do?
解です、倉成さん。現在地と方向を確認しました。
Got it, Takeshi. I've checked your current location and your direction. It's like, what if Sora just downloaded herself onto his phone? I couldn't see her, but I could hear her voice in my ear.
少しその場で待機しててください。今、ハウプトプラッツに続く水密費を閉じ直します。
Please wait there for a minute. I'm going to reclose the flood hatches to the central area. Okay. 3 bangs. A hollow sound echoed through the building. Presumably, she had blocked off the flood hatches in the flooded area.
水密費閉鎖完了。ツバイトのエレベーターチューブは密閉されました。
I finished closing the hatches. The Zweite elevator tube is sealed.
では、カルセル・デルフィーネの部屋に入って、次の指示を待ってください。場所はわかりますか？
Now then, please go into the Dolphin Carousel room and wait for your next instructions. Do you know where it is? Yeah, I know the Dolphin Carousel really well. That's where you and I rode dolphins together. That's where you show me the art of my other self.
急いでください、倉成さん。
Please hurry, Takeshi.
その通路をまっすぐ行って、突き当たりを左です。わからなければ PDA のマップを確認してください。
Go straight down that hall and turn left at the end. If you can't figure it out, check your PDA map. No, I'll be alright. Defying Sora's directions, I turned left down a nearby corridor and headed down a certain corridor.
何やってるんですか？そっちじゃありません。
What are you doing? It's not that way. Sorry, Sora. I remembered that I had forgotten something.
時間がないんです。指示通りにお願いします。
There's no time. Please stick to the plan. Sora's voice grew shrill. It'll only take a minute. It won't make a
ダ
difference.
メです。猶予はあと10分もないんです。
No, we only have not even 10 minutes left. I can do this in 10 minutes. I slid into the security office. Phew. I hadn't flooded yet, and and the machines were still going. I looked at the terminal monitor. The window that was open showed a message confirming the last entered password. I hit enter. Willkomminer Lemay login T.Y. The manager exclusive maintenance mode was in operation. In other words, we had cleared all of Lemay's security. The terminal in the security office. I finally figured out the password. Yu's voice, which had been heard through my stupor, had been right. Yu had made it in the nick of time. Next time I see her, I'm buying her a fantastic dinner. Alone, I began quickly searching for a way to back up the data. I wondered what should I do. I opened a menu on the monitor. I didn't know how to work it. And I would need a disk to copy the data.
倉成さん、
Takashi! Whoa. All of a sudden, Sora's voice thundered right in my
何してる
ear.
んですか？急いで急いで。
What are you doing? Hurry, hurry. I
あと
know.
7分。
7 minutes left. It's going to count down to like 6, 5. Anyway. Damn, at least it's not 17 minutes, though. It's 7 minutes. It was no good. I couldn't figure it out. Giving up, I left the room. The corridor outside the room had been drained and the flood hatches had been closed
お
again.
願いです。寄り道しないでください。
Please don't make any detours. She spoke in a troubled, exhausted voice. All right. I turned around to see that the corridor on the other side was open. This way?
あと6分です。通路に沿って移動して待機位置についてください。
Yes, 6 minutes left. Take the corridor and get to the right position. All of the side routes were closed off. I had to head toward the Dolphin Carousel. Look, Sora, I'm here. I spoke with bitterness in my voice.
了解。確認しました。それでは、
Understood and confirmed. Now
こ
then,
れからハープトプラッツに溜まった水をドリットへと流入させます。
I'm going to drain the water from the central area into Drit. No, I didn't make it in time.
チューブ作動まであと5分です。いつでも移動できるようにしておいてください。
5 minutes until the tube is operational. Please be ready to move at any time. Sora spoke coldly, still invisible. I was in front of the dolphins. The dolphins had been so pleasant and smiling before. Now they were hateful. Sora, won't you come over here? You like dolphins, right?
ダメです。私集中してないと失敗してしまうかもしれません。
I can't. If I don't concentrate, I might make a mistake. Don't say that. Come on. Don't you want to ride the dolphins again together one last time?
話しかけないでください。気が散りますから。
Please don't speak to me. You'll distract me.
ドリットシュトック浸水後もヒンメルはしばらく耐えられるはずです。
Even after Dritte's stock is flooded, Himmel should be alright for a little while.
倉成さんが地上に脱出するまでは確実に、いえ、絶対に耐えてみせます。
I'll make sure that we definitely, no, absolutely, hang on until we make it to the top.
そろそろお別れですね。
It is nearly time to part. So this was it. There was no way I could save Sora. The 5 minutes passed quickly, mercilessly. I closed my eyes. I plugged my ears. I didn't want to see anything else. I didn't want to hear anything else. If I couldn't save her, it would have been better for us to throw our bodies from a cliff.
倉成さん、
Takeshi?
申し訳ありません。
I'm sorry,
Kuranagi-san.
Takeshi. Oops, I'm sorry, Takeshi. What? Even with my eyes closed, she was definitely there. I was hearing her voice from inside my ears. What's the matter, Sora? The 5 minutes should be up.
それが、実は。
Well, you see, actually, though the voice converts, I could hear Sora's troubled voice.
ドアが開きません。
The door won't open. What?
ハウプトの水密費が開放信号を受け付けないんです。断線です。
Central area's flood hatches aren't receiving the open signal. Something's been disconnected. Disconnected?
ええ。ですが、破損箇所は発見できています。
Yes, but it found the damaged section.
大変恐れ入りますが、倉成さん、断線箇所を修繕していただけませんか？
Sorry, but Takeshi, will you go fix it? Of course, no problem. Heaven, fate, they were on my side. They had not abandoned me. I ran out of the room. Sora opened the doors blocking my way. Where's the disconnection?
ドリットシュトック制御室付近です。
Dorite stock near the control room. Alright, I'll go right there. Machina malfunction! Down, down. Run, run, run. In reality, my body was probably racked with decompression sickness and riddled with TB. But it wasn't something I was aware of. More importantly, I had to move faster, faster. Hurry there. Falling again and again, covered in bruises, slipping down the stairs, I headed for the 3rd floor. I'm here,
お疲
Sora.
れ様です。
Thank you. Her voice resonated gently in my ear. Now then, where's the place? Hey, wait. What about tools? Can I fix it with just my
簡
hands?
単な修理器具が制御室の中にあります。要修理箇所は倉成さんのいる通路の床下です。
There are some simple tools in the control room. The main repair room is under the floor of the hallway you're in. Under the floor.
ともかく急ぎましょう。
This is where he finds the thing. In any case, let's
こ
hurry.
れから私が該当箇所に高電圧をかけて床パネルを爆砕します。倉成さんは一時制御室の中に退避してください。
I'm going to apply pressure and blast out the floor panel. For now, I'll hide the control room. What?
5、4、3。
I still haven't memorized these numbers. 5, 4, 3. Hey, wait.
2、1。
I wrenched open the control room door and sprang inside in the nick of time. As I fled through the air, a blue-white light beamed through the entire corridor behind me. 1 second later, and I would have been fried. Sora? What the? Okay.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. From the sound of her voice, I could picture just how flustered she was.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Okay, now I kind of know what sorry sounds like.
すみません。すみません。すみません。
Says 2 forgive me's, but Sora said 3.
申し訳ありません。ちょっと気が流行ってしまいました。
So sorry, I lost my wits. Her voice gradually grew smaller. Okay, so you don't have to feel so bad. I'm fine. You just scared the crap out of me, that's all. I'm alright, I'm fine. Look, see, I'm alive and everything.
はい。
Alright. You can't kill me off that easy. I've still got things to do.
はい。
Yes. So, you can calm down, okay, Sora?
わかりました。
Yes, I will. I had to hurry. That much was clear. But calmly, rationally, and carefully. I looked slowly around the room. Next to the console, there was a small toolbox. It held radial pincers, nippers, and a screwdriver. I wondered if it would be enough. I looked around a little more. I caught sight of a polycarbonate disc in a square case. I put it in my empty pocket. Clutching the toolbox, I left the room. Sora, there's something wrong with the lights.
そのようですね。
It does seem that way. It seems, what are you? Hey, damn, I'm back in the hall, but you aren't going to blast me again, are you? Suddenly remembering, I hopped around the corridor.
大丈夫です。その通路付近の床下配線の送電はブロックしました。
It's alright, I blocked the underground circuits to that section.
天井の照明が不安定なのは多分その副作用です。
That's probably why the ceiling lights are acting strange. Got it. I was relieved to hear that. So, where do I need to
近
fix?
くに床板が外れている場所があるはずです。爆砕には成功しました。
Nearby, there should be a place where the floorboards have come up. The blast succeeded at that. Which way? Which way from my perspective?
すみません。それが、
I'm sorry, that's the thing. Sora, what's wrong?
生体センサーが故障しました。倉成さんの位置がわかりません。カメラも不調のようです。
The biosensor is down. I'm unable to tell where you are. The camera isn't functioning either. Because you do crazy stuff like short out high
申
voltage.
し訳ないです。
I'm sorry. I heard a sigh. I sighed along with
場
her.
所は制御室の入り口から見て左、17メートルほど行ったあたりです。
The place is 51 feet away from the door of the control room to the left. All right, I'll find it myself. Don't worry. I had room for one more sigh. Surely I could find one stupid lousy floorboard. I took the toolbox to the hole in the floor and crouched down. Pushing aside the nearby water, I searched with my hand until the floor was under the floor for wiring. A cable about the size of a water pipe hose was attached to the connector. The cable was twisted in places, and I could tell the connector was bent. I cut it with my nippers, dug out the copper wire from my pliers, replaced the connector, and reattached the cable. Makes it sound so simple. I think I fixed it. What do you think, Sora? Will it go through?
はい、おそらく。
Yes, probably. That's
倉
good.
成さん、それでは
Well,
脱
Takeshi,
出のための作業を再開します。ツバイトシュトックに戻ってください。
I'll begin operations for escape. Please go back to Zvite stock. Okay, right away.
脱出の成功とご無事をお祈りします。
I'll be praying for your safety and a successful escape.
倉成さん、
Takeshi?
どこにいるんですか？倉成さん、
Where are you, Takeshi?
生体反応がモニターできません。
I can't monitor you with the bioscan.
ドリットシュトックの通路からどこに移動したんですか？
Where'd you go from the corridor in Dirte stock?
非常階段に登った形跡が発見できないんです。
I can't see any trace of you on the emergency stairs.
現在位置を教えてください。倉成さん、
Please tell me your location, Takeshi. I'm right here, Sora.
なんでここに？
What are you doing here? She looked thunderstruck. Sora, you really need to learn more about hide and seek. I tried to say it lightly. When we played Kick the Can, you hid in a place where you get found right away.
何を言ってるんですか？
What are you talking about? Even if you can't monitor me with a bioscan, you could just listen to the sounds. That is, if you wanted to find out where I was, right? Well, you made it easy for me to come back here without being discovered. I didn't know what I'd do if you wouldn't let me in the room.
ふざけないでください。
Stop fooling around. She
あの
yelled.
方法での脱出のチャンスは1回しかないんです。レミューの耐久力だって。
We've only got one shot at this escape plan, and Lemieux is reaching its limits. They've got like 3 Linkin Park song titles like the past hour. Way past its limits.
ええ、そうです。ですから、
Yes, that's right, which is why... Do you really think I could leave you here? Do you think why I came back here from... Do you know why I came back here from IBF?
でも、
But, hesitating, she turned her gaze away from me. It's like, it turns out the disc doesn't have enough space on it.
お願いです。ツバイトに戻ってください。
Please, go back to Zvite. No. Open all the floodgates into Rite Stock's passageways.
できません。
I can't.
早くツバイトに戻ってください。倉成さん。
Please go back to Zvite quickly, Takeshi. Just hurry up and open
で
them.
きません。水密費を開けたら、ドリットシュトックは完全浸水します。
I can't. If I open the doors, Rite Stock will be completely flooded.
ヒンメルの外はすべて海水に満たされるんです。
Everything outside of Himmel will be covered in seawater.
そうしたら倉成さんは、もう二度と、
If I do that, you'll never again be able to. If you won't open them, I'll open them by hand. I grabbed Himmel's
無駄で
console.
す。そこからのコントロールはできません。
Forget it. You can't control things from there. That's a lie. You're lying. Right now, Lemiz is in system administrator only maintenance mode. From the big terminal, you can control all of Lemu. Sora Kanagasaki can't override the sysadmin's authority. I wasn't sure, but I said it anyway. You did a Kirk bluff, which was good. This was a huge risk. I touched the panel and hit the keys. I didn't know how to operate it, but something came up that looked about right.
倉成さん、
いい加減にしてください。
Takeshi, stop this, please. She glared at me.
早くしないとハウプトプラッツが壊れてしまいます。脱出を。
If you don't hurry, the central area will collapse. You have to get out of here. I selected the command to open all the flood hatches in the corridors and hit enter.
やめて、動かないで。
Stop it, don't move.
倉成さん、それ以上操作したら今度こそレーザーであなたの網膜を焼き切ります。
Takeshi, if you do any more, this time I'll swear I'll use this laser and burn your retinas off. Except you wouldn't actually do that, so... I covered both my eyes with the palms of one hand. I couldn't see Sora. I immediately pressed the key with my other hand. Clack. Hiss. Ouch, that's hot. The smell of burnt hair from the hand I had used to shield my eyes filled the air. Phoo, phoo. Nope. I blew on my hand, trying futilely to cool it down. You scared the heck out of me. Don't do this, Sora.
倉成さんこそ
No, Takeshi, you don't do this. Drone.
本当にやってしまわれたのですね。
You really done it. Creak. The floor started shaking. I couldn't stay on my feet with the violent shaking. I wobbled as I moved, but ran swiftly to the entrance of Himmel. I tried to close the heavy door with the full force of my weight. Damn, but my hands wouldn't move like I wanted. I suddenly felt incredibly dizzy. A burning sensation in my chest collapsed to the floor. My hands slipped. I couldn't stand up. In this crucial moment, my condition couldn't have been worse.
倉成さん、
Takeshi,
しっかりして。
hang on tight. I'm okay, but I wasn't. Terrible fatigue and sluggishness struck me. A flow of dirty water had swallowed the path to Himmel, and it was on the verge of reaching the ceiling. No, I've got to get the door closed. But my hand couldn't reach the lever. My sight was fading and my body was shaking.
倉成さん、
It'll happen at the last minute, it's silly. Takeshi,
もう私たち
we can't any longer.
助からない。
We won't make it. The stream of water had become a giant snake raging as it approached. Ah, come on, you bastard water, bring it! I screamed back over my shoulder. Trying to cover Sora, I put my back against the open door to Himmel. I was determined to block the entrance. I was going to fight it off. I wasn't going to run away. I would save her no matter what. Just then, I heard a terrifying roar behind me. The watertight door had been sealed shut by compressed air from the water pressure. Seawater pounded against the door again and again like a stampeding herd of wild animals. That doesn't make sense. Oh, you're saying like the air speed kept coming, like it did displace the air. The air rushed into Himmel and got compressed into Himmel, which did two things. One is it created a high velocity zone in the door, which sucked the door closed, and also increased the pressure inside Himmel, which pushed the door closed. Okay, well, we don't necessarily have to explain all the physics because the authors probably didn't know what to do with the physics either. They were just writing stuff that they thought sounded like passable. But the sound was coming from far away.
倉成さん、
Takeshi?
倉成さん。
Takeshi? Okay, I hear you. I had a ringing in my ears. How long will it hold?
わかりません。
I don't know.
倉成さんの後ろの扉は施錠、密閉しました。
The door behind you is locked. You are shut in. Thanks.
レミュー倒壊を遅らせるためにドリッドシュトックの全水密費を開放。
In order to delay the destruction of Lemu, I am releasing all the watertight doors in Dritte stock.
ドリッドシュトック全域は完全に浸水没しました。
Dritte stock has been flooded entirely. Its structural integrity is failing. I see. Thanks. On the other side of the door was 6 atmospheres of pressure. The walls on all 4 sides of the room I was in had already surpassed their limits. But luckily, there was still power somehow. Emergency power must have kicked in. The lights went slightly dim.
倉成さん、
Takeshi? Sora bit her lip.
そんな
お礼なんて、
Please don't. What? I already did.
お礼なんて言わないでください。
Don't thank me.
私は
I was only... Something gleamed in the dark. Her silhouette. Sora was staring at me. Her tears fell quietly. Her, projected tears. They sparkled and disappeared.
ねえ、私は
Listen,
どうすればいいの？教えてください。
What should I do? Tell me. I reached out to catch the tears. The grain of light winked and disappeared in an instant. The light disappeared as it reached my hands. Don't worry. I've got Curie syndrome. No, you are doing fine. Don't do anything, Sora. I wouldn't erase it. I couldn't afford to lose her. I opened my eyes as wide as I could and tried to burn her image into my mind. Listen, the main thing is that you are safe. My eyelids have become heavier. Before I could even ask her if she could forgive me, I collapsed, pitching forward onto the floor, and fell into a deep sleep. Forever! Soft warmness surrounded me. Light. I felt like I had overcome an immense distance. The end of darkness. Soft white light surrounded me. There was nothing else for me to look at. There was nothing below me, nothing there to support me. But for some reason, I was at peace. I was floating steadfast. I was swaying freely in the center of gently drifting water. I could hear something faintly, the first sound I had heard in my life. Yes, it was the sound of a heart beating. I remembered. I was surrounded by the gentle sound of a beating heart. There was no greater feeling of peace than what I felt then. How long would I be able to stay there? I didn't know. I knew that I would have to leave the place at some point. I'd have to let go of that fragile bond soon. But I wasn't sad. If that time must come, darkness cleared again, and out of it would come a new world where I would resolve to be reborn. Morning. I awoke with the warmth of the light. I was sleeping on a cold floor. Sora was floating right in front of me. It was like a dream, yet it was not a dream. It felt strange. The 7th. So it's like never 7. You reach the 7th. The end. Okay. Morning. Good morning is such a fantastic word, isn't it?
ええ、
Yes. It makes me feel like I need to get up and get to work.
そうですね。
That's right. Sora smiled softly. What time is
わ
it?
かりません。
I don't know.
どうやらタイマーが故障してしまったようです。
It seems that the timer has broken. Oh. I took my PDA from my pocket and pressed the button to turn it on. The battery was dead, nothing showed on the screen.
現在時刻を知る手立てがなくなってしまいましたね。
Seems we have lost all way to tell the time, haven't we? Yeah.
私とレミ各端末とのリンクもつい先ほど遮断されてしまいました。レミュー本体の各種センサーも使用不能。
The connection between myself and the terminals at Lemia has been severed just a little while ago, and all of the sensors in Lemu itself are no longer operational.
しかし事前の計算によると予想される外角の耐久時間は
According to my previous calculations, we can expect this area to hold out another... Stop. Put my hand in front of Sora's mouth, and then slowly let my hand fall. Time doesn't matter anymore. I don't need to know. There's no need to worry about it anymore.
そうですよね。
Yes, you're right. It may have been difficult for someone as conscientious as Sora to just stop thinking. Still, Sora smiled for me. She looked around and then spoke as if she had just remembered something.
そうだ。倉成さんが眠っている間にいい知らせが届きました。
Oh, some good news arrived while you were sleeping, Takeshi. Good news? The other people got rescued, right?
eBayF で通信が行われているのが分かったので、レミューの外壁を伝う微弱な電波から内容を解析してみたのですが、
I discovered that communications were still operational in IBF, so I analyzed the weak signals going through the outer wall of Lemu.
それによると eBayF にいた皆さんは救助を受け、 潜水艇に乗り、無事にインゼルヌルへと脱出できたようです。
According to my results, everyone in IBF was rescued by a salvage vessel and made it safely to Incel Null. Well, that's great news. I realized just how much I was worried about them. I looked up at the ceiling. They were all there. You, Tsugumi, Coco, the kid. What about Pee-Pee? I couldn't see them, of course, but I knew somehow. And if she understood what I was thinking, Sora looked up at the ceiling, her face smiling compassionately. I looked back. She looked at me, straight into my eyes. Deep within her pupils was a faint light shining.
倉成さん、どうしてここに戻ってきたんですか？
Takeshi, why'd you come back here? Sora murmured quietly in the darkness. The only light to illuminate us was coming from the emergency lights. Her tone was peaceful.
本当の理由を今一度聞かせてください。
Would you tell me the real reason one more time? A calm smile appeared on her lips. Sora was holding back tears that threatened to burst forth at any moment. Right, I'll tell you. I have someone that I want to protect even if it costs me my life. She isn't something tangible. Other people may think I'm stupid, including me. Including Chichi-Litter, but to me she was the most valuable thing in the world. I may not be able to see her with my eyes closed. I may not be able to hear her if I plug my ears. But that doesn't mean she will disappear. I know that she still exists. And I realize just how important she is to me.
はい。
Yes. She nodded quietly. Well, now, Using my hands to support me, I got up. I forgot. I have some unfinished business. I went over to the Himmel console.
用事？何ですか？
Finished business? What do you mean? She smiled softly and said, Is Lemire still in maintenance mode?
はい。ですけど、レミューに関する機能はもう何も使えなくなってしまいました。
Yes, but none of the functions related to Lemure are operational any longer. Well, it doesn't matter. Which pocket was it? I finally found what I was looking for and dug it out of my pocket. Well, that's not how the song goes. It was the case holding the polycarbonate disc that I had taken from the control room earlier.
これはテラバイトディスク？
Is that a terabyte disc? I know this is supposed to be futuristic. I don't actually know of a polycarbonate disc that can hold a terabyte. Obviously, we have palettes that can hold terabytes and NAND flash memory that can hold terabytes. I don't know about discs. That's right. That wouldn't be enough for Sora anyway, probably. I nodded and inserted the terabyte disk into a console disk drive. I hit the necessary keys. It kind of brings up like the subject of how much storage in bits do you need to store a person's memories? And it's a really terrible, ill-formed question because human memories are not, the way they're encoded is very different than bits. So you couldn't, maybe actually impossible. You can only kind of simulate the memories. You couldn't encode them exactly. And it would be a lot of bits because each synapse would have a weight, and that weight would have to have some sort of 16-bit depth or something. Anyway, with the little knowledge I had, I needed to find the file. Might be less than I don't know, how many neurons do you actually have? How many neurons per brain? How many neurons per brain are in the brain? Approximately 100 billion. And then synapses per neuron. This is like the input, so it's kind of 15,000. So 15,000 times 100 billion is 1.5 e to the 15. Multiply that by 16. 2.4 e16. So then we're going to divide that by 1 terabyte, which would be, so megabytes 2 times 10 to 2 to the, okay. kilobytes to the 10. To E, megabytes to the 20, gigabytes to the 30, to the 40. Okay, we can approximate a terabyte by just being a trillion bytes. So that would be just be 1E be we just call that 1E 1E 12. Okay, so that's a lot of terabytes, like 24,000, which is that like 24 exabytes? Human brains are pretty big. LMRSDS 4913A Sora Akanagasaki. I chose copy to disk from the menu. There was no guarantee that this would be successful, but I was going to try. I felt I had probably exhausted my allotment of luck in life, but it was worth a shot. No, you are an MC. You have essentially, by definition, ultimate luck. If someone malfunctioned, or there wasn't enough space on the disk, we were finished. I thought it was probably the last gamble in my lifetime. Keep it simple. I hit the enter key and the data began copying. So remember to shout keep it simple when you hit a button.
はい、先生。
Yes, Professor. Sora smiled shyly. We stared at the console monitor. The copy slowly progressed. All of her memories are being burned onto the disk.
倉成先生、宿題のことなんですけど。
Say, about my homework. Sora murmured as she looked at the monitor. Homework? Did I give you homework?
いえ、生徒が自主的にやってみたんです。聞いてくれますか？
No, we students did it voluntarily. Would you please listen? Yes, of course, far away.
私ね、
I
私、気づいたんです。
realized
私が何のために生まれてきたのか。
reason why I was born
私はきっと人間と同じように
is meant to be just like any other human.
恋をするために生まれてきたんだと思います。
I was born to fall in love.
だから私は幸せなんです。
That is why I am truly happy now.
恋という感情に気づくことができたから。
Because I know what love is now.
そして恋は
Love is
方法や手段なんて稚拙でいい。
doesn't matter if your method is primitive.
意味や目的なんて求めなくていい。
It isn't necessary to seek a meaning for it or an objective.
恋をするにはただまっすぐに恋すればいいんです。
The only thing you need to do is to love. Just that and nothing else.
私はそう気づいたから。
That is what I realized. Really? Sora brought her face close to mine, and she brought her lips near my cheek.
倉成さん、
Takeshi, these memories will not get copied because you already copied the disk.
大好き。
I love you.
あなたを好きになれて本当によかった。
I'm so grateful to be in love with you. I touched my cheek where she kissed. I felt a gentle warmth there. Was it the afterglow of her lips? Or was my cheek simply blushing?
あなたが憎いと思ったことも確かにあります。
There have been times when I've disliked you.
嫌だと思ったこともあります。
I even hated you too.
でもそれも含めて
Even with all of that,
全部好きなんです。
I love every bit of you.
どんな感情だろうとあなたのことを思って考えていれば それだけで私はとても幸せなんです。
Whatever I'm going through, all it takes is to think of you and I am happy. She was strong. Her mind and heart had grown so much stronger in the past few days, match the maturity of her age, or more likely transcending it. Sora? The disc continued to copy. Her memory being etched on to its surface. It was being etched into me, too. What do you want to do when you get out of here?
え？
What? It was an empty wish. We knew it was impossible. But it didn't feel strange to me to be talking about it with Sora. Sora, who really excited right in front of me.
私は
If
私はここから脱出することができたら、
I could get out of here,
そうですね。
well,
まずビートルに似たおばちゃんに会いに行こうと思います。
I'd like to travel the world. She winked and smiled.
そしてできれば倉成さんとお付き合いがしたいです。
And if I could, I'd like to go on a date with you.
倉成さんと 2,3 年付き合って26、7で結婚するんです。
I would go out with you for about 2 or 3 years, then get married at the age of 26 or 27.
それがコケットリーな白ガネーゼの鉄則ですから。
That's what young ladies hope for, isn't it?
ですよね。
Isn't that right? Sora became a little blurry. Yeah, that's right. My eyes misted over. I was having difficulty seeing clearly. Was it an RSD malfunction? Or perhaps I was short of oxygen. No, that wasn't it. No. I was gonna die. Sora? Do you know the legend of Pygmalion? I was crying, the tears were falling down my face. Are they gonna really do the Cure thing here? Sora's figure wavered. He was the master sculptor in Greek myths. He's been called the King of Cyprus. One day he created a beautiful sculpture of a woman of his dreams. And because it was so beautiful, he fell in love with the statue. He kept on thinking to himself, if only it were a real woman. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, took pity on him and brought this sculpture to life. They married and even had children.
はい。
Yes, I don't think I'll ever be the king of Cyprus, but I love you more than anyone. I reached out for her. I brought her face to mine and kissed her on the lips. I ran my fingers through her hair. Her hair fell through my fingers as if it were a stream of silk. I could even sense a sweet smell. Even though I couldn't touch her, it was real. The console spit the terabyte disk out. Copy complete. There is no guarantee that the procedure had been a success. All of the data about Sora in front of me, all of the images Sora had seen, the sounds she had heard, things she had felt and thought, every strand of her memory was written on that disk. Now I just gotta read it out. Memory. What was memory? I wondered. What if I input the contents of this terabyte disk onto the Sora at Insalno? Would that make her just like the Sora I knew?
倉成さん。
Takeshi? Hey, what can I do for you? Hahaha. Every time I played the fool, it never failed to make her laugh. We were holding back tears which threatened to spill down our faces.
今コピーの間に倉成さんと話したことはどこにも記憶されませんね。
Suppose that what we just talked about while the disk was copying won't be on that disk.
それはちょっぴり残念です。
It's kind of too bad. Nah, the memory's right here. I pointed to my head. I will remember. And the next time that we meet, I'll tell you about it.
そうですか？では約束しましょう。
Really? Okay, let's promise then. All right, it's a promise. We crossed our hearts. Promise. And then, would that promise be fulfilled? We're making a promise to someone who will just disappear, and it's like in different times. She will never experience what the opposite timeline will. I didn't know. But I didn't have to know. The mind was not as simple as black or white. So Himmel began to shake. Large cracks ran down the walls. Through the holes, a large amount of mist spurted into the room. Heaven had finally cracked open. The mist quickly became raging streams, and soon water was filling the room. I squeezed the terabyte disk into my pocket and stood in front of Sora. The water had gone higher than my ankles, past my knees, and it was almost reaching my waist. But for some reason, I didn't feel any fear. It's a promise. It's going to be okay, Sora. I won't die. It was just like the time we stood facing each other through the glass window. Sora and I put our hands together. If miracles truly do exist, then that was surely a miracle. I could sense everything about Sora.
倉成さん、
Takeshi,
ありがとう。
thank you. I couldn't help it and embrace Sora. The warmth of her hands, the softness of her skin, her smell, her breath, her heartbeat. This is so weird, her memory, her existence. I swore I couldn't forget. I swore I would never, in all eternity, forget. All around us was a world of deep, deep blue. We embraced in the cold seawater and became one. My body began to float gently to the place where the heavens and the ocean fused into one. I guess he dies. It's the next instance of closing credits, and so it is the next instance of the editor coming back and chiming in. I presume, if you've been around YouTube for a while, you know about a certain oil rig incident known as the Byford Dolphin or Byford Dolphin incident. And this is a situation in which some saturation divers working on an oil rig were in a chamber, a decompression chamber, that explosively decompressed from 9 atmospheres to 1 atmosphere. And there were 4 divers in the dive chamber when this happened. The 3 that were not right next to the door where the air escaped, basically they had chunks of fat in their blood vessels, their arteries, veins, their like the chambers of their heart and their organs. And the doctors determined, like the doctors examining them determined that their blood boiled instantaneously upon decompression. The one that was right next to the door and trying to close it got blown to absolute smithereens. Basically just his body got blown to absolute pieces. So realistically, well, basically on a scale from not realistic at all to that's reasonable, for Takeshi to suddenly and explosively decompress from 17 atmospheres. Remember, the Dolphin incident was from 9 atmospheres to 1 atmosphere and survive is anime. It's not even on the scale. It's silly. He would have been blown to absolute smithereens. His organs would have splattered out all over the walls. Anyway. Yeah, so he goes on to survive what should have splattered his organs all over the walls, to end up dying of drowning, copying the files of this computer simulated girl, which we don't even know if he was successful in actually getting the CD somewhere, against the wishes of a real girl who wanted him to survive otherwise, whom he's highly implied he cheated on, he used to cheat on his former girlfriend waiting for him outside Lamu, which he could potentially have if you decide to make that choice when talking to Sora. So this guy is pretty flaky, I guess would be my opinion. In general, this route in the game is kind of like just to make another route, and it's kind of silly and stupid. And we're out. Okay. That might have been mute, depending on whether or not if it was copyrighted or not. So if there was like silent credits, that's why. I got to hear music. So even if you turn the background music off, the credit music does play. But you may not have heard any music because I muted it. Anyway, I'll have to test it and see. Um, let's play. Okay. Let's look at the clear list. So 3 out of 11 endings, 84 out of 126 scenes, 147 out of 225 pass, 56 out of 114% complete. Number of screensavers, 6 out of 17. So now I got the Sora version, good end. Not the first one on the list, and not between these two. So that's interesting. I think this is probably Tsugumi version good end, the top one. This one, not sure. This third one's kind of that's. I'm guessing the first one is Tsugumi, so I'll go for that one next time and try to get the Tsugumi version good end. Okay. See what scenes here. So after IBF, that scene is still missing, and that scene's still missing. Okay, so I believe those are probably the Tsugumi scenes. So there's probably a Tsugumi scene, another Tsugumi scene. And then we have Sora, Unknown Rain, and Sora Remembering Sora, which are the two Sora ending scenes. Spiel, which is the death scene, is the ending. Then this. What is this, I wonder? It might have something to do with this elusive ending. Huh. That might be like the final route. So, okay. Don't know how you would get it though. That's like really weird. Interesting. I'll probably, after I get Tsugumi, which I presume is what these two see. Let's see here. These two scenes, 44 and 45, are probably Tsugumi, and they probably give you a Tsugumi version good ending. I'll try to get that next. This is going to be interesting. Don't know what that is. And then they go back to the kid. And then once they're done with the kid, then I'll go back and try to figure out what this scene is. Unless I stumble upon it by accident. Ooh, that was really long. I'm going to quit. Yes, I'm so gonna quit. Thank you for watching that. If you watched, hopefully you skipped to the second half and then watched just the second half.